What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from, you might have guessed it, broke mic for a second. I immediately broke it, yes. Sunny Tokyo, Japan. That's right. Ohayo, sumimasen. Ohayo gozaimashita. Oh, fuck. This is going to be janky. Anyway, the power of the elation I feel in my bones of being in Nihon desu made me break the microphone immediately. Folks, we're here. We're live. We're alive from the place where it all began. My birthright, my Wakanda, white boy Wakanda. We are in Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because I certainly am. It is officially, well, it's technically 1:51 p.m. Pacific time, Thursday, January 23rd, 2025. But here in Japan, it's actually tomorrow. It's actually Friday, January 24th, 2025. And it's the local time is 6:51. It took me a long time. I thought I would be ready to rip this an hour ago. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to rip it an hour ago. But I'm in the future. Hello. I'm in the future, guys. Let me tell you, okay? And the future is not looking too bright. I mean, it's looking bright for me because I'm in Japan, which is awesome. But it's not looking too bright in general. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about, and we'll get to all of it. You already know what it is, baby. Non-stop. You might be thinking, Hasan, how do you do this? How do you do this? How does my goat do this? Yesterday, you were in Los Angeles, California. Today, you're in freaking Japan. How does that work? And honestly, that's just how we do it, baby. That's just how we do it. All right, so this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, but I guess there's not much that has taken place in the world of HasanAbi Piker other than a 12-hour flight. I ended the broadcast last night in Los Angeles. The Zen Tower is here. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm comfy. I'm comfy. I'm cozy. I'm comfy. You can see right here. I wanted to make sure. I brought all my things with me, right? I packed them shits up. But yeah, the Zwin Towers are here. I got my creatine and all my other supplements. It's just like fish oil pills and stuff like that. But yeah, I packed all that stuff. I got in a car, got to the airport, got on a plane, and flew to Haneda Airport. That's right. I took an ANA flight, all Nippon, all the time. And I'll tell you some, all Nippon Air, not the best flight. No disrespect to the Japanese people, no disrespect to Japanese culture, no disrespect, but your seats are small, okay? Like I flew business, it's lie flat, and let me tell you, it was hard for me to lie flat, okay? My little feetsies were not fitting, okay? So just, day one, first frame, single frame L, already took that, okay? I'll eat it. Slept for most of it regardless, even though it was hard. At first I didn't realize that I was like, oh, it's weird that they don't have a comforter, right? A blankie. And turns out I was just sleeping on the blankie. I was using the blankie as a pillow. But once I figured out the blankie situation, and then they also give you like a little pad that you can put on the lie flat seat. Once I was able to put that pad on the lie flat seat and get a little blankie, I was snuggled up. I was good. I was in a much better circumstance, But How many farts? I didn't fart that much this time, surprisingly enough. I also didn't eat, which is kind of crazy. I had like a bunch of the food at the Star Alliance Lounge at the LAX, but that food is dog. It's terrible. But I just, you know, ate a bunch of sandwiches basically before I got on the plane, and then I just fell asleep. And then I woke up and I didn't really eat anything, so not a lot of farts on the flight. Didn't want to do chemical warfare for all of the Japanese people that are just trying to go home, you know? I didn't want to do that to them. But aside from that, and I hope it's not too dark, by the way, because as soon as the sun starts rising here, I feel like it's probably going to get cooked. I'm going to have to figure out a different thing, but I wanted to show you the background, you know? I wanted to show you what's happening out here. But is Japan not your spiritual home? It is my spiritual home. Oh, I'm all messed up as far as like where I am in the world and what day it is and what time it is, like, but I'm trying to do my best here. So did you fly with Fusli? No, I flew by myself. I didn't fly with anybody. I was supposed to fly with Austin, but I couldn't fly with Austin because he's on the plane right now, and I wanted to make sure that I could stream the day prior and then stream the next day. So they don't really consider someone of your size, especially in Tokyo. I agree. How long are you in Japan for? I'm here for 2 weeks, baby. It starts now. It begins now. From here on out, I am going to do my very best to start streams much earlier than today. Obviously, today is a unique day because I just flew in and I landed at my start time. Like I landed at 5 a.m. You know what I mean? And it's only, like I said, it's only 7 a.m. just now. So for that reason, I'm a little delayed, but usually it'll be like at least 2 hours prior to this, hopefully. Or, you know, I'm going to try to start at 5 a.m. here every morning to give you guys some news, some updates, everything that's going on in the world. And then we'll move on to some fun IRL stuff. The IRL stuff is also going to feature, you know, political stuff here as well. I'm going to go to the Japanese cafe that has like the Palestine prints, which I think is very cool. Hold on. This mic arm is so ass. But yeah, as I've said already, my goal is to basically stream the regular broadcast that I do, the regular desktop broadcast that I do here for like the first 3-4 hours, and then you know, do my politics and stuff, and then do fun stuff after. Do some IRL stuff. So yeah, and we'll also obviously shoot the Fear and podcast as well while we're out here. Hopefully we're gonna lock in 2 episodes if we possibly can. I'll also be doing some podcast collabs as well while we're out here. The roomies are out here as well. You streaming from a full desktop? You brought it with you, lol? Yeah, I have a remote desktop setup that I bring with me everywhere I go, so I can have the same quality streams uninterrupted and seamless for your viewership enjoyment. And that's why you should subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime to support the show if you would like to. If you don't want to, then it's fine as well. You can also send me links. But yeah, you guys saw what the setup looks like at the DNC. We actually filmed ourselves breaking down the setup, ironically enough. But I am in Tokyo. You can literally see the Tokyo Needle bouncing off the building behind me. I think that's Tokyo Needle. What laptop is a Legion? Yeah. Who's go to the bars with Connor Dog Virginia again? That was dead as the best time. Yeah, we'll do that. Don't worry. So, yeah, top of the hour, baby. Bro, stop ducking this. Do one real quick. What is this?
How do you say?
Okay, this is annoying. All right. Yeah, I don't know Japanese. This is gonna expose me. Did the Trent gun work on Cutie? No, we didn't bring Cutie. So anyway, what else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I got into the hotel. I'm checking in. The dude goes, Hasan Bey. And I was like, oh my God. Dude's Turkish. Got that Turkish hookup, baby. We're everywhere. We're everywhere all around the planet, you know? Yeah, he was a fan. And also Turkish. He was stoked that I was at his hotel. So that was pretty cool. But came upstairs, woke March's ass up immediately. I was like, March, get the frick up right now. You better get the frick up right now, right this second, sir. And he was already up. He was already up. He came in clutch, helped me set the setup, even though, I mean, it was mostly him. He set the setup this time. Normally I set it up, but he set it up this time because I was pooping. But didn't even shower, honestly. Like, I just straight up changed my shirt, took the sleeves off, and I'm ready to rip, dude. Ready to let it go. Okay. But yeah, we're here. I had so many strawberries earlier. Okay. I had so many goddamn strawberries. It was crazy. The strawberries were amazing. You were honestly online earlier than I thought you would be. I mean, yeah, it's 6 a.m. here, so. Oh, I was hoping we'd have the same background as the last time we went to Japan. No, we didn't stay at that house this time. Everybody wanted to stay at the hotel because we're here for a while. Everybody was like, I'd rather stay at a hotel than, you know, stay at the house again. It's mostly Austin. Austin won that battle, dude. You know, he won that battle. He was right. It's better to stay in the hotel, I guess. But yeah, is it not a security risk to show the view? Dog, I'm in a hotel. What are you talking about? What are you gonna do? Figure out autistically what room I'm staying in to come and like kill me? You have to like, I'm in Japan. I'm in a hotel, please. Like, in the past we had when we did content in like a regular location, it was a little different, you know, in a stable location. But like, did you guys get that upgrade? Like Austin said, he got it for himself. That selfish bastard, but we didn't get it. Yeah, I got deported. I'm in Japan. Okay. Yeah, they deported me to Japan. It's the only positive deportation story of all time would be the case. We got 6 Japanese people watching. That's crazy. I only got 6 Japanese people. I got so much love for my Japanese audience, and there's only 6 of you. That's crazy. Anyway, I'm just imagining that everyone here is actually Japanese. On this day, we are all Japanese, myself included. But yeah, what is this? I was really upset with your cloven shoes yesterday. Those things are Creepsville, but cool, you weirdo. Okay. Bro, 7 a.m. True. Well, early bird gets the worm, dude. Early bird gets to be the most sugoi. And I don't think a lot of people in Japan are ready for that story. You know what I mean? They don't have the American enterprise mentality that we do out here. They don't got it. They don't got that American mentality here. Just kidding. They're also hyper-capitalist society. Okay. But yeah, let's blast off. I'm in Japan. Day 3 of the BURGERREICH. Pete Hegseth becomes first DUI hire, and much more. Tokyo exploration later. Why do you call it the BURGERREICH? Because it is. Because it's like Like, because America is like Adolf Hitler, but burger. That's why I'm calling it the BURGERREICH. Because imagine if it was like Adolf Hitler, but with burger. The question, has anyone recognized you yet? I mean, I got into the hotel and the first person I actually talked to recognized me. The dude at the check-in. So, I guess, yeah, the answer to your question is yes. The only person I have communicated with happened to also be a fan so far. All right, let's do it. I'm big in Japan, baby. I'm huge in Japan. That's how it is. I'm just coping. I'm just saying that for myself. All right, let's go. Oh, by the way, if you saw this hotel room, immaculate, right? We walk in and the hotel room is beautiful. It's all set up. The light is hitting these like special strawberries that they laid out before me and some like delicacies, some little treats, right? That they set forth to welcome me. And I think I ate almost all the strawberries. Hold on, let me go. There's some left. I'm going to show you the strawberries actually because it's nuts. Japanese people love their crazy, like genetically enhanced, hand selected, insane fruits. It's a big deal, as you guys know. Hold on. I'm going to show you. The strawberry came with paperwork, chat. It's straight up. It came with paperwork. I ate most of it already. This is the second bag that they had. I'm gonna show you. Like it looks fake. It literally looks fake, dude. Look at this. Can you tell? It's so goddamn sweet. And you guys know I hate fruit. Normally. God damn. God damn. Did you eat the leaves? No, I pulled it off. Oh shit. Ow. No, I pulled off the leaves. Ugh. Wait, let me see if the paperwork for the strawberries is here. Oh, it is. Hold on. Comes with paperwork. These premium strawberries are carefully grown and handpicked in the Nara prefecture in central Japan. They are known as the Kotuka strawberry. Okay. A classic strawberry with a symphony of sweet and tart notes and with an average sugar content of 12 to 13 degrees. These strawberries are exceptionally sweeter than most varieties and are best consumed fresh. Bro, like they got a zip code. Like these guys are like, hey, just so you know, these strawberries are not just regular strawberries. They come with a story. I know the guy who picked it. Good guy. From the region of Nara. Basically the closest we can get to a Hamas gift basket, chat. God damn. Anyway. Like, Nara is where the deer park is. That's why them deers are so open-minded to people. Because they keep eating the best strawberries possible. You know? What's the temperature? 39 degrees. Is this why you came? Yeah. That's why I came. That's why I came. Don't worry. I don't think Donald Trump's going to declassify the full files for JFK and MLK, but we'll talk about all that. No, 39 degrees in freedom units, baby. I would never. What, you think it's 39 degrees Celsius? Do you know how hot that would be? This ain't Australia, dude. Japan is in winter. Japan's in the northern hemisphere, chat. 39 degrees Celsius will be so hot. Be crazy. Anyway. Yeah, that'd be like 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. The leaves are sweet. Also try it. I don't believe you, and I'm not going to try it. Anyway, we've already blasted off, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to rip. Demacius, you got a playlist already for me, goddamn. Dude, this is a well-oiled machine, all right? You understand? I wouldn't be able to do none of this without you guys, obviously, but we're going to talk about President Donald Trump signing an order declassifying the MLK and JFK files. What this means, what's going on. We're going to talk about the drama between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Elon Musk apparently is furious, or Trump staff is furious, after Musk criticized the AI project, with one ally saying it's clear he has abused the proximity that he has to the president. And I would say that the fallout is slated to begin. Let's hit the Combini. Fuck this politics shit. Oh, don't worry. We'll hit the Combini after this. March, also, reminder, send me what we're supposed to be doing today so I know what we're going to do when you figure it out. Plans on a gambling stream now that you're outside the U.S.? Yeah. Oh, these things are so juicy. Oh, fuck. God damn it. AGI is dangerous, a seriously huge topic. Where are you going, Mike? Microphone's leaving me. Trump staff furious after Musk trashes AI project. It's because Musk is working for the Chinese. And he wants that Chinese AI to be dominant. That's why. All right. Let's get it started, baby. Trump adds to a flurry of new executive orders. Get that famichki. Don't worry. I'm going to do all of that. I'm going to do all of that and more. Okay? I'm going to do all of that and more. Trust. Okay? Day 3 of the BURGERREICH. What has day 3 of the BURGERREICH brought us? Something not so bad if it actually is followed through. Did not expect to hear your audio on NPR today about the Musk salute. Wait, no way. NPR posted me? That's crazy. Yeah, I know about the Faze boys as well. Don't worry, we're going to do that. But let's get started with this.
Very important in just about every case. And it will go through the first one, please.
Do you want to? Yeah, Mr. President, this is an executive order on crypto. We're going to be. Oh, sorry, we're doing that first. Sorry, Mr. President, this is an executive order on AI. We're basically announcing the administration's policy to make America the world capital in artificial intelligence and to dominate and to.
Bro, this is directly because I feel like China was like, hey, we have our own AI. Also, it's free to use. Also, it's much cheaper. Okay? And I feel like now they're just like, okay, we got to dump as much money as possible. The Chinese AI is called what? DeepSeek or something, right? Isn't that what it is? R1 as opposed to the OpenAI O1 that we have here, DeepSeek. And I think it's frustrated a lot of Americans that China just kind of came in and was like, we're actually going to be dominant in this field and we're going to give it away for free so that America can't monopolize AI or the future of AI technology. And also, open sourcing AI in general. Like open sourcing AI in general is probably beneficial to improve the product because the more you use it, the more you train it. And I think that is supposed to be the future of information anyway. It's supposed to be free to use for all to use, really. And the fact that like Americans are looking for a way to put an enclosure around that sort of thing is expected. It's very BURGERREICH. And yeah, I don't know how they would even try to stop it, but we'll see. Elon is doubling, tripling down on the Nazi jokes. I know. I should probably write this in the title about what I'm going to be talking about. Elon Nazi double down. AI wars with China. Trump declassify MLK JFK files. All right, most liberals I know hate AI and want to eradicate it completely. I mean, I'm of two different minds on AI. On the one hand, I believe that artificial intelligence is nowhere near as good as the way that people claim it is right now. On the other hand, I also understand that AI and any sort of technological developments is going to be a good thing. It's not a bad thing, right? That's a good thing. It's a tool, right? It's no different than like Photoshop, right? Which ironically also uses AI to a certain degree. Having said that, however, as all tools of efficiency under a capitalist organization of the economy are used, AI will also be certainly used to, one, greatly improve the surveillance technology that's out there, which I'm going to be talking about as well. I tweeted about it last night. And two, and perhaps more importantly, AI, not only in the interim, but just in perpetuity, will be utilized as a way to displace the existing labor force. All mechanisms of technological efficiency are inevitably used to displace the existing labor force. It's not used to make the labor force more productive and then therefore give them an opportunity to work less for the same pay or even more pay, right? It's used to fire the people that were doing the job and then forcing one person to do the job of 10. There's also the other dangerous side of AI, which is that it's contributing to the climate collapse, right? It's incredibly inefficient in terms of its energy consumption, and that also is not great, especially when you consider how unimaginably cooked the planet is, both literally and figuratively. So I am not a Luddite, although I do have some Luddite tendencies. I would not consider myself a Luddite. I believe in technology. I love technology. I want technological improvements. Okay? I want it. Having said that, however, it's hard to look at the people that control the stuff and assume that they are not evil demons, and assume it's hard to look at the people that control the stuff and assume that they're going to use it for good. Okay? 2024 hottest year on record. Yeah, and 2025 will be even hotter. Every single day in 2024 is the hottest day on record. Was hotter than the year prior, or hotter than the day prior. Sorry. Yeah. So let's continue.
World in AI.
Do you want to say your name, your full name?
David
and
Sachs,
serial?
AI and crypto czar.
David is one of the greatest.
David Sachs is the guy. He made the AI. Oh my! I'm done. This is why I call it the BURGERREICH, chatters. This is why. I'm not like the most well versed on like the minutia of Nazi history, but I wonder if there were like Germans at the time who were looking at like Hitler's hand-selected crew and going, that guy's autistic, that guy's gay, every single one of them are on meth. What the fuck are we doing? These guys can't actually run the country at all. Like the fact that we have David Sachs running anything, like the fact that he has any proximity to power is insane to me, okay? It's actually insane. And I think it shows how deeply unserious this government is. Okay. Once again, proving why, I mean, once again, showing why I call it the BURGERREICH. Okay. This is why I say it's the BURGERREICH. It's Reich, it's Hitler, but with burger. Oh, my Lord. Howard Lutnick from Tether is going to be the Secretary of Commerce. Him having a podcast geek as an advisor is nothing in comparison. I mean, we also have Pete Hegseth as the Secretary of Defense officially as of today. So that's like, what am I talking about? Of course, David Sachs is going to be the crypto czar. You know what I mean? Pete Hegseth is the department. He is going to head the Department of Defense. Okay? It's... Oh... First ever DUI hire.
The world that AI, most respected probably there is.
Yeah, no, totally. Everyone respects David Sachs.
So that should take us to the forefront, right?
Absolutely. We got to win.
Okay.
All right, that's it, dude. I'm staying here. I'm staying here, dude. It's funny because, like, this country, the United States of America, wrote the constitution of the country that I'm in, Japan, and also uses it like as a vassal state. So there's no escaping America, ironically enough. But, you know, maybe I can just LARP as though this is a world that is not tarnished by the BURGERREICH, if you will. God damn, dude. What a stupid design. What a stupid society we live in. I can't get over this David Sachs. Oh my God. You are within nuclear range.
Thank you. And this
Too
David
soon,
is-
Chatter.
Yeah, this is the crypto EO. We're going to be forming an internal working group to make to make America the world capital in crypto under your leadership.
Which is really going up, right?
Absolutely.
Oh. I gotta get a coffee. I gotta make a coffee. 1 second. Right. Clown show. America's gonna be the cryptocurrency capital. This guy's gonna change the legal tender, bro. We're gonna do Trump coin.
You
Trump
find that
coin is the new
exciting?
legal tender.
They might not be excited, but we're going to make a lot of money for the country.
Thank you, sir.
And so is David. You have to check him out. There's nobody like this guy. They said, how did you get David Sachs? How did you do that? And he's doing it for the country more than anything else. So we appreciate it, David. Thank you very much.
This is an executive order establishing a presidential commission, an advisory commission on science and technology.
Good. You want to explain that a little bit?
The basic idea is to get together top people from government, the private sector, technology industry, as well as educational institutions, to make sure that America maintains its leadership position with respect to science and technology development in the years ahead.
Good.
I was gonna not
good.
do that. Oh no!
Next
Now
year,
that
we
the
have a
executive order came in,
presidential
damn it!
memorandum, encouraging departments and agencies in your government, including the Department of the Interior.
What do you mean? Shit, I was just about to not respect American technological innovation, and now that the executive order came in, I'm like, damn, no! What a brilliant executive order, sir. Thank you so much.
To promote federal recognition of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina.
I love the Lumbee tribe. So this is their first big step, right?
This would be a huge step for them.
Yeah, they were with me all the way. They were
I brought my
great.
creatine
North Carolina.
and my
Lumbee tribe.
supplements.
Okay, you'll send.
Bro loves signing, dude. He is a child. He really is a child. He gets to have his big Sharpie and sign those big ass signatures. Like, that's what he's in it for. We know he's like a kid. We're playing make believe. Oh my God. I can't believe every time I see Trump do anything, really, immediately I'm like, how do we get here? how stupid, how much dumber can we get? And then last but not least, God damn the Democratic Party for losing to this twice. Like those are the only thoughts in my mind. Anytime I see this baboon, okay? Anytime I see this baboon, I'm like, he is such an awful, repulsive, violent person. And yet the Democrats lost to this. The Democrats lost to this. And it is, God damn it, dude. God damn America, that's in the Bible. That's what I think every time I experience Donald Trump. Yeah, thank you, Barack Obama. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for helping us lose to this guy. Anyway,
Have a
twice.
copy of that?
Yes, sir.
They were great. Okay,
And if you'd like, I could get them that pen, sir, as well.
yeah, let's do that.
Next, we have a set of pardons for peaceful pro-life protesters who were prosecuted by the Biden administration for exercising their First Amendment rights.
Do you know how many?
I believe it's 23, sir.
Wait,
23 people.
there ain't no way, bro. Is he doing one for the 3,100 college campus protesters that was arrested? Is he gonna do that for them too? Fuck no, of course not. Let me tell you something, okay? If you are a pro-life protester that got arrested, there ain't no way you were being peaceful. He doesn't know what he's signing. Of course he doesn't know what he's signing. He's a moron. What makes you think this man has any kind of mental bandwidth? I don't think people understand. I think being stupid is a benefit in this situation. Okay? And you don't have to be like particularly brilliant, because the Democrats present themselves as brilliant, but they're also not very intelligent either. And they're annoying. They're annoying. They're rudderless. They have no policies that you can define them by. They just suck. At least this guy has some policies you can define him by. They're just bad. They're bad and violent policies. But people seemingly like it, okay? He's like, oh yeah, what am I signing? How many brave warriors? How many brave warriors? Who gives him the orders to sign? No, this is like all political. He has a team of advisors that get together and they're like, here are some of the impactful executive orders that you can sign that will trigger the libs, that will make you show what your priorities are, they'll help people understand like who you are. Okay? It's interesting because it's interesting to think because it's like, everybody knows who he is, right? But the goal here is to basically show that, if you're my guys, if you do these sorts of things, I'll free you, right? If you physically block a Planned Parenthood clinic, if you physically block, teenagers going in to get their pap smear or whatever, or teenagers trying to get an abortion, if you physically and violently block them from entering a Planned Parenthood, and get arrested for it because it's obviously illegal, I'll free you. These are the people he pardoned. Donald Trump pardoned there it is. Yeah, anti-abortion activists convicted of blockading abortion clinic entrances. Among the people pardoned were those involved in the October 2020 invasion and a blockade of a Washington clinic. Any day now, the egg prices are coming down, chat. Any day, okay? I promise. Any moment now, he's going to sign another one that says, like, egg prices are going down, and then pee-pee poof, eggs are free, okay? Any day now. Oh, that's right. He ain't doing none of that shit. All he's doing is, getting backed up by the fucking corporate oligarchs in the same exact way the Democrats did as well when he railed against them, ironically enough, and do a whole bunch of phony culture war silliness in the way that he's doing right now. This is it. This is what you get. This is what happened in 2016 as well. The impactful legislation is going to come when it comes to greatly accelerating our wars, okay, and even further undermining our standing on the international stage. Even though Biden certainly pulled a number on that, didn't he? He's also going to he's also going to, do deregulation and tax cuts, and that's it. That's what he's here for.
Were prosecuted. They should not have been prosecuted.
Wait, someone said he's not going to declassify the Epstein files. Chatter, what are you talking about? America never declassified stuff while it's ongoing. Okay. Why would he declassify the Epstein files? Half of his cabinet is like Epstein aligned people. Look at Elon Musk. Also he is in the Epstein files. Why would he? Trump is like, oh, oops, accidentally declassify the Epstein files. Shows right here that Jeffrey Epstein, my friend at the time, used Mar-a-Lago as a hunting ground to find new high school victims. Oopsie. I guess I'm... That's the funniest thing is just people, people that are Trump supporters that are like, yeah, I hate Jeffrey Epstein. It's like, brother, you love the guy that he was aligned with. And I'll say something. I'll be fair to Trump here. Donald Trump, by my estimations, at least personally, stopped involving himself with Jeffrey Epstein far before the Democratic elite did. Okay, that's a fact. You cannot dispute that. Okay, he was linked up with Epstein back in the day, and he absolutely severed ties way before the Dems did. Okay, well, way before a lot of Republicans too. But I'm saying some very high profile Democrats were very openly aligned with Jeffrey Epstein and Epstein Associates. So something to consider there. Okay. Clinton. Ghislaine Maxwell had center stage at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. Chat. Come on. Now, having said that, I mean, also Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister, because, Jeffrey Epstein may or may not have been a CIA and Mossad asset simultaneously. Who else can I think of that's simultaneously a CIA asset and a Mossad asset? Maybe a guy from Philadelphia? Benjamin? Oh, that's right, Benjamin Netanyahu. Anyway, but that's besides the point. I'm just talking about a bunch of different things here that are totally and utterly irrelevant. How do we get to Jeffrey Epstein? Let's get back to Donald Trump. He's signing stuff. Look at him. He's so giddy. He's such a giddy little boy signing these big papers. He loves it.
Elderly people, they should not have been prosecuted. This is a great honor to sign this. They'll be very happy. So they're all in prison now.
Some are out of custody.
It's ridiculous. Okay?
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order ordering the declassification of files relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
That's a big one, huh? A lot of people are waiting for this for years, for decades. And everything will be revealed. Okay? Give that to RFK Jr.
Yes, sir.
I just realized that one of the benefits of being in Japan is anytime I get pissed off, upset, angry, mad at the world, I can just get up and look outside and be like, well, at least I'm in Tokyo. You know what I mean? That's a W, right? The marker noises. It's so funny. I love the marker noises. The JFK files and the MLK files are a big deal. It's not a little deal. It's a big deal. I don't know what they actually will end up declassifying. I doubt that it's everything. It's probably going to be censored to oblivion. But a lot of investigative reporters will get a lot of decent stuff out of that, I suspect. That's what I think. Like, there's no way that there's like the damning silver bullet in there. You know what I mean? They're not gonna. We revealed the JFK files. It was George H.W. Bush that assassinated him. Like, that's not gonna happen. You know what I mean? If that was the case, I would lose my mind. Him declassifying is boosting the podcast economy. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Donald Trump is the most podcast-focused president of all time. And you're right. He's literally doing this to help the podcast economy. Oh my God. Why didn't I think of that? He's such a podcast bro, dude. I mean, he got podcasters all over his administration. He got podcasters up and down his administration. Crazy.
Okay. Okay, thank you very
Mr.
much.
Mr. President, a U.S. judge temporarily blocked the birthright citizenship order. Do you have any reaction?
No, obviously we'll appeal it. They put it before a certain judge.
Dude, what are you talking about? That is literally one of the most unconstitutional things you've signed as an executive order out of all of the insane things that you've signed. That, of course, is going to be like any judge on the planet who isn't like a complete charlatan is going to be like, yeah, no shit. This is the easiest gimme of all time. Of course, a judge is going to strike it down. It's not at this point. We go back to the same dynamic that we exhibited in the church story that happened yesterday, right? It's like, it's the same principle over and over again for right-wing reactionaries. It's like, you're either doing the bidding of the worst right-wing people you've ever seen, or you're woke, okay? Everyone's woke. It could be a Reagan-appointed judge, still woke, okay? If you are actually holding the letter of the law, if you're actually doing what you are supposed to be doing in theory as a judge, which is adjudicate, which is actually look at like the constitutionality of certain executive orders such as this one and stop it, then you're woke. There's only two speeds, okay? Whatever Trump wants, whatever the most right-wing shit is, or politics, or political, or woke as a substitute, you know? A judge has temporarily blocked President Trump's order to end birthright citizenship. Judge Kohler, a Reagan appointee, said, I've been on the bench for over 4 decades. I can't remember another case where the question presented it as clear as this one. This is a blatantly unconstitutional order. He's right. Okay? He's right. Uh-oh. We're back. In and out, baby. In and out. We're back. That was quick. They got me. The woke mob came after me, Chad. The woke mob came after me. Anyway, what was I saying? So my point was, I am not a believer that the Constitution is even worth the paper that it's printed on, okay? I think that Americans basically treat it like it's religious texture, okay? They treat it like it's religious scripture, but of course, much like religious scripture, they refuse to abide by the standards set forth, okay? And oftentimes interpret it in whatever ways they see fit, whatever ways that they believe helps their political goals. This is just the case, right? This is just how it is. Having said that, if there are any like, you know, old school judges out there or anyone that like truly does believe the constitutional guidelines, then yeah, they're supposed to look at this and go, this is the most insane thing you've ever demanded. because it is directly in violation. It is the most, I cannot think of another order that is this overtly unconstitutional. Like straight up. This is not like Republicans back in the day used to do this thing where they would go back and find like some kind of judicial order from like 1793 and be like, well, women are not allowed to wear pants on Sundays, so that's why we have to prosecute Hillary Clinton and put her in jail or whatever, right? Like they used to at the very least like try to make it seem like there was some sort of like legal reason for why they're behaving this way. This right here is just straight up like, that's it. You're just saying like fuck the Constitution, which I don't even disagree with you on that, right? Because I think the constitutional interpretation, like the adherence that conservative judges have to like the actual text is a falsehood. Okay, it's just bullshit. They want to push a reactionary agenda and they add an intellectual patina to it to try to make it seem like that's the case, right? It's completely made up. The originalist interpretation is just ridiculous, right? So, having said that, this goes beyond that. Like, this literally goes beyond that. It goes above and beyond. And even though, if there was, for example, no argument about, like, if the Constitution actually, the Second Amendment actually literally said, like, and it wasn't a new interpretation, if the Constitution actually said, like, every American has to have a nuclear weapon or nuclear arms, or just every American must bear arms, right? I would say that's a bad amendment. We need to change it. Like, there's a bad rule. Change it. That's ridiculous. Like, I'm not married to the idea that the Constitution is this like infallible legal document. It's the greatest legal document that's ever existed, right? But having said that, there are some good stuff in there. This would be one of those things, right? Allowing every single person born on U.S. soil immediate American citizenship is pretty solid. It's a good thing. It's kind of kept this country going for quite a bit. It's the reason why I am an American citizen, literally. So, like, there is an air of, I mean, this is like something that I also, weirdly enough, find personally offensive as well. But I don't want to speak about it too much because then the conservatives are going to be like, this guy, okay, well, maybe it's good that Trump is actually taking this away, you know? But it is one of the best American principles. America's built on immigrants. Like, anyway. It's just very, very frustrating to see stupid stuff like this go on. I don't know how else to explain it. It's just like, it's both violent and morally repugnant, but there's also an air of stupidity surrounding everything that makes it worse, kind of. Like, these aren't brilliant people. These are not like really intelligent and really morally repugnant people that are creating sophisticated narratives. It's very simple. It's like, what you see is what you get. I'm going to lie to you about certain things over and over and over again, and then until you believe it. And I can only get away with this because there's no counterbalance. There's no mechanism of pushback. And then eventually, once we've completely destroyed what the truth is, then I'm going to move on and just bludgeon my way into enacting this like ridiculous agenda. I feel like perhaps this is a case of social circles and misinformation online with no real ways of combating said misinformation. Perhaps it's more complicated than that because like Americans are just getting dumber and dumber year over year. But like, we've basically gotten to a point where you can have a guy like Elon Musk sig heil on the most prominent stage on the planet, and you got tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of people around the world going, nah, he's not doing that. Come on, dude. Come on. That's crazy. He's not. Okay, dude, what's next? You're going to tell me a South African apartheid guy is racist, even though he says racist stuff all the time. Come on. Okay. Yeah, sure. Don't believe your lying eyes is the modus operandi going forward.
In Seattle, I guess, right? And there's no surprises with that, Judge.
Mr. President, Senators Collins and Murkowski have now said they will vote against Pete Hegseth.
It doesn't matter. He's still getting through it. They're just doing PR. Oh my God. Oh my God. My senators, my favorite concerned senators, they said they're against it. Oh my God. Well, guess what? He was going through anyway. It don't matter. Guys, they're concerned. Okay? They're very concerned about Pete Hegseth. They got together and they got very concerned about it. Okay?
Are you worried about his confirmation and your reaction?
And no surprises there. It's too bad. You know,
Yeah,
it's
even
just
Trump knows. He's like, no surprises. Those bitches.
the way it is. Too bad.
And when would you adjourn Congress to make recess appointments, Mr. President?
Well, I'd take a look at that. I'd listen to John Thune. He's doing a fantastic job. We're moving along. The Democrats are trying to delay government, as they always do. They can't help themselves. Even John Ratcliffe, who's very, very strong, very popular, and liked by the Democrats. I guess he gets a lot of Democrat votes. That's taking a long time, and it shouldn't be taking a long time. They're maxing everything out so they can delay everything as much as possible.
Does Senator Thune support an effort to use recess appointments if you choose to do that?
I'd be willing to use.
My senator just sent me a campaign contribution letter saying they had to vote for Hegseth because I didn't vote hard enough and contribute my yearly $200. Yeah, that's the grossest part about the Democratic tricks. The Democrat tricks is their shameless way. Is the shameless way in which they just like demand more from you. They demand more money from you. Like, it's just not, they didn't even skip a beat. They're just like immediately like, one, you should have voted harder. Two, time to vote for me again. And also give me money so we can win this battle next time around. Even though I will offer you nothing and I will yell at you every step of the way for demanding more from me. Fuck yourself. It's not my fault. It's your fault. It's crazy. It's the consultant class version of tithing in the prosperity gospel, I guess. Incredible stuff, man. Truly, truly brilliant. Truly incredible stuff.
Recess appointments. It's up to John, and we'll see. John Thune's a great guy, great senator, and knows his stuff inside out and backwards. But I would use recess appointments if he wants to do that. Absolutely. The Democrats are just delaying. They always delay.
Mr. President, you spoke with the Saudi Crown Prince yesterday.
Who?
The Saudi Crown Prince.
Yes.
How was the call?
Great.
And they said 600
It was
million.
great. He's gonna say he's awesome. They have also sex. Like they don't even. It's not him having sex with Vladimir Putin. It's him having sex with Mohammed bin Salman. Dude. Calling it again. Saudi Arabia is getting nukes. Whether it's done under a Democratic leadership, which is a little less likely, but still very likely, or under Donald Trump's, mandate, doesn't matter. They're getting nukes, baby. Ain't nobody stopping. Ain't nobody stopping Saudi Arabia getting nukes, okay? 9/11 to Electric Boogaloo, this time with nukes. Nuclear 9/11. Trump is about to do more streaming hours than you do? What does that even mean? I think that it no longer matters what you think or what I think about Saudi Arabia and its like unjustifiable actions in the region or globally. I think that sports washing is the name of the game. Like they're going to be a dominant force on the global stage. That's it. It's especially with Trump now, like, because Brandon still sucked up to the Saudis too, because, OPEC plus, obviously, but never to the same degree as like Donald Trump did, And Donald Trump is going to be far worse on this equation. I mean, he literally came into office. First thing he did was like, all right, the Ansar Allah movement is now officially a foreign sponsor of terror. Like, it's not enough that the Biden administration has slapped on with Operation Prosperity Guardian, the terrorism designation. He elevated that designation once more. And that designation initially came under the Trump administration because Saudi Arabia was genociding Yemen, and he wanted that they came to Trump and were like, hey, can you help us out here? And Trump was like, of course, say no more, fam. I love you. Can you give my son-in-law multiple billions more dollars? It's very open. Like, the graft is so open. It's so transparent. So when people say, will you call out fellow streamers who took sponsorships? I see that in the chat. Like, I'm telling you right now, literally everyone is going to do this. I won't do it, but it doesn't matter. I'm telling you, if your expectation is that, like, oh, I can't believe people are doing Saudi sponsorships or whatever, it's done. There's no stopping that, okay? Better than CCP, you are the most delusional person on the planet if you say, Japan has signs that say no tourists allowed. I hate Red Note better than CCP. What? This guy hates Japan and China? Pick one at least. You know what I mean? What do you mean? No, Saudi Arabia is not better than the Communist Party of China. What the hell are you talking about? It's also very funny to be on Twitch, a platform that is dominated by Chinese-owned video games, and being like, oh, I hate that. Like, the way I see it with like the Saudi stuff, like, I'll give another example. Qatar, right? Qatar has a lot of issues, okay? Nowhere near as bad as Saudi Arabia, like not even on the same wavelength, right? But of course, slave labor is a major problem still, which also exists in Saudi Arabia as well. But like, Qatar's peace offensive or charm offensive has revolved around having this marquee media company, Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera has played a major role in basically doing what Saudi Arabia is trying to do by force and by simply just pumping a lot of money into the process. But the way states work, the way these sorts of states work is like for Qatar, they're a massive place for diplomacy. Like, they're considered like a neutral territory for a lot of Middle East diplomacy to happen. They have tremendous amounts of connection with America and specifically Turkey. But also on top of that, they've been able to, I guess, quote unquote, elevate their brand with Al Jazeera. These are the types of things that genuinely matter, right? And when I think about that, and I think about all the issues with Qatar, but then I think about Saudi Arabia, I'm like, Saudi Arabia is just like on an entirely different playing field. Like, overtly against Iran, very obviously openly pro-Israel, has all of the same issues that Qatar has times a million, did a genocide in Yemen. Like, it's pretty crazy. And having said that, yeah, did 9/11. That was kind of a big deal too, lest I forget. Having said all of that, I think that it's impossible to go against their, especially in the Trump administration. It's done. Like, they are going to genuinely, they're going to become a global player that even Western Europeans cannot scoff over. That's what I'm predicting. Yeah, this More Perfect Union video was so good. I watched this video on TikTok in the bathroom of the LAX Star Alliance Lounge. Like, I just had it open. I watched a 15-minute video on TikTok. That's how good this video was. We'll get into this in a little bit. It's just like perfectly summarizes all the things that I've talked about for years.
600. I'll ask him for $1 trillion.
You said you can ask for $1 trillion. Will Saudi Arabia be the first foreign country you will visit? since they invest in that much.
Well, if they do that, I would, yeah. I would be glad to do that. I did it, as you know, 4
One
years.
of the princes in Saudi is a massive weeb, so they're not all bad. No, dude, I'm not. Dude, yeah, they're. Lest you forget, they're just regular ass dudes as well. Just, you know, sitting atop an unlimited amount of money. Like the sovereign fund, the sovereign wealth fund for the Saudi kingdom is like $900 billion. Okay. But yeah, they're just like rich motherfuckers. That's it. They're in everything too, is what I'm saying. When you got money, you can be in everything. And the Saudis are also in everything. And they're doing a lot. They're doing a lot of investments. But they get to do it because they're a valuable ally to the United States of America. Do you understand? They're a valuable ally to the United States of America. How was Saudi worse than the CCP when it was responsible for the death of millions? Wait, first of all, that's a chatter who said that, and we all laughed at him. No one. I don't even think Saudi Arabia thinks it's worse than the fucking. Wait. Saudi Arabia doesn't even think that they're better than the Chinese Communist Party. What are you talking about? Like. Do you think Saudi Arabia will replace Israel? No. Absolutely not. You guys don't understand. The West played a formative role in the development of the Saudi kingdom, like a major role, right? Just as it did in virtually every state that the West designed deliberately. Like, I'm talking straight up cut the border boundaries of, right? Having said that, Israel is a unique project because its inception is comprised of Westerners. Okay? That's why it's different. Like Israel is ride or die no matter what. The Americans will never trust the Saudis that much. Like partially because of white supremacy, like white supremacist attitudes, and partially because like wasn't that long ago when Saudi Arabia was not necessarily a reliable ally to American interests anyway, right? They, as a matter of fact, played a major role in the American economy collapsing. Again, not that long ago. And 9/11 isn't no, don't say 9/11. America doesn't give a shit about 9/11 like that. Come on. 9/11 was so beneficial for the American state. Get out of here. That, if anything, they love Saudi Arabia for doing 9/11. I'm talking about State Department policy that transcends beyond administrations, chat. Like, that's not like 9/11 was basically what Pearl Harbor was for FDR, which was a good thing for FDR to like actually join the Allied front. 9/11 was for Dick Cheney and those neocon monsters who were looking for any reason to go and pick apart the entire region and take all of that sweet nationalized oil in Iraq eventually, as they did, and also simultaneously take out any sort of state actor that was not willing to play ball with American designs in the region, good or bad. Not saying Saddam was a good guy. Same with Assad. You know what I mean? Good or bad, if they weren't fully invested and fully servile to American interests, then they presented a threat to Israel, and therefore, you know, this 9/11 gave them a great opportunity to just, you know, get in there and pack it up to the best of their ability. Anyway, we are maybe clarified that the government of the U.S. Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about Americans. Americans obviously didn't like 9/11. Okay, I'm talking about the American government. The American government was like, oh, thank God something like this happened, so we can finally go and dominate this region. Oh my Lord, finally some righteous vengeance that we can sell to the So find out some righteous ventures that we can sell to the population. Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Chatters be like, don't you think the American state hates that 9/11 happened? Meanwhile, like, if you ask the average American, they still think Saddam Hussein did it. Isn't that weird? We know the state that played the most formative role in 9/11, and we just ended up attacking all of that state's enemies, kind of. Like, it's just so weird. We didn't touch the state that did it, and then decided to go after a bunch of other people that were not a part of the alliance that that state had designed, and even added on, mind you, a nation state to the axis of evil that we were relying on for information in combating the actual groups that the state that did 9/11 had infiltrated the region with. All of those like ISIS, Salafist style, like all the Wahhabist, all the Salafist militias, they're all a Saudi invention for the most part. Okay? Propped up by the Saudis, backed by the Saudis, logistical support by the Saudis. You know who was fighting them? Like it or not, the Shias. Okay? What do? We decided Iran is actually a part of the axis of evil. They were like, wait, hold up. What do you mean? Wait, what? I'm sorry. You said you're going to go after Al-Qaeda, so we're a part of this? North Korea and Iran in the axis of evil.
You know, we did $450 billion, meaning the money all goes to American companies, and they purchase jets and they purchase computers and everything else. And we did $450 billion, and I guess we're at 650. And I'll see if I can talk him into it.
I don't think it is again. You showed great confidence in Steve Witkoff. Why you said that you doubt that the ceasefire in Gaza will hold, since you appraised his
Well, no, I think he's
efforts?
great, but it's a very tricky place. It's very tricky. We'll see. And if something does happen, they will not be happy.
Sir, follow up on that one. In terms of Steve Witkoff, are you going to put him in charge of Iran's strategy, and do you want him talking directly with the Iranians?
No, but he's certainly somebody I would use. He's done a fantastic job. He's a great negotiator. He's a very good person, a very popular person, gets along with people. I have great negotiators.
Steve Witkoff is kind of the GOAT, by the way, for some of the things that he said. I don't trust them. I don't trust the Trump administration as far as I can throw them, but I'll keep it a $150 here. Steve Witkoff came out and was like, one, the Qataris are incredible. I work with them. I love working with them. They played a great job. Two, I want to talk directly to Hamas, bring them to me. I think that must happen. And now literally everyone that's pro-Israel are losing their minds, okay? They're like, you have to fire this guy. You have to fire this guy. You have to fire this guy. I never thought that Donald Trump's golfing partner, okay? Donald Trump's golfing partner, who's a real estate developer shark, would be the sane guy in American foreign policy. And in many respects, it does make sense. Why does it make sense? Because the bar is placed that low by incompetent assholes who have no interest in actually stopping the bloodshed. Not to say that like Trump wants to stop the bloodshed either. I do think that he at least wants to, limit the Gaza impact so that, they can move on to lighting the West Bank on fire, which they're already doing. Like all it took was for someone to be like, oh, you want me to stop this Gaza stuff? Like everyone's yelling about it. It seems like a popular thing to stop it. Yeah, okay. It makes sense. I have the full authority of the American government. All right, I'm just going to go and just be like, stop it. Like it doesn't require a brilliant mind. It doesn't require a particularly brilliant mind to just say, hey, I hold all the cards here. Shut the fuck up. You're done. You're done with Gaza. Forget about Gaza. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. That's all it took. So all of the back and forth for the past 15, 16 months of like, oh, Biden is trying to do it, but it's so complex, you see. There's nuance to it. All this stuff was nonsense. And I told you it was nonsense. It was nonsense. Either you have to believe that all of the Harvard-educated State Department cronies are just awful at doing foreign policy, and Steve Witkoff, a fucking golf partner of Donald Trump from Mar-a-Lago, who's a real estate developer, is this brilliant mind, okay? Or it doesn't take a brilliant mind. It just simply takes someone to say to Israel, the only offending party here, to stop it, to cut it out. That's it. Having said that, I still think that their grand design will probably look nearly identical to what the Biden administration was trying to do, but in the wishy-washy way. What is this? He's talking about Palestine like it's some sort of future vacation land. For Trump, yeah, he thinks it's real estate opportunities. But that creepy podcast told me you're pro-Trump and that Biden actually fought hard for the Palestine. I have no idea what you're talking about. But no, I am not pro-Trump. I think everybody knows I am not pro-Trump. That would be... Dude, anyone that thinks I'm pro-Trump is I mean, yeah, it's funny. Damn, dude, 8 minutes. 8 minutes of Donald Trump going off, rambling, and I've talked about it for an hour and 30 minutes. We haven't even gotten through the first video yet. This was supposed to be about him declassifying the MLK and JFK files. Welcome back, big dog. This is how it is. This is how it is going forward. Trump just says some erroneous, ridiculous, nonsensical bullshit, and then I have to sit here and explain it for 8.5 hours about how that's stupid, it's wrong, how the Democrats also did awful things, but here's why Trump is even worse, yada, yada, yada. Great stuff, man. We're so back. It's going to take away my life force, my remaining life force.
They have no personality whatsoever, and then I have some that do. Steve has a wonderful way about him, and people like him, and even in this case, both sides like him. And he was able to make a deal. That deal would have never been made without Steve. The Biden people couldn't make the deal. They were working on it for 1.5 years. They couldn't make a deal. We got it done prior to the inauguration. We said it has to be before the inauguration. I mean, the deal should hold, but if it doesn't hold, there'll be a lot of problems.
Related to your AI, EO, just hours after you made that big Stargate announcement, Elon Musk tweeted that they don't actually have the money. Is that true?
I don't know if they do, but, you know, they're putting up the money. The government's not putting up anything. They're putting up money. They're very rich people, so I hope they do. And, I mean, Elon doesn't like one of those people, so... You're allowed to
Elon and Sam, the girls are fighting. They're both gay.
American jobs.
No, it's going to create tremendous numbers of jobs. It's going to also create a lot of benefits medically for cancer research and other things. It's going to have a huge positive impact. And, you know, we want to be ahead of China. We're right now way ahead of China. David Sachs is one of the all-time experts. You know, that people are amazed that you just met him. I don't know if he's still here. There he is. But one of the most respected people in that world. It's a world. It's a whole different world. And we're ahead of China now because of what I'm doing. And I think it's going to be very successful.
Mr. President, please, you just asked the Davos Forum again that NATO countries should spend 5% of GDP on defense.
Yeah.
The United States don't spend 5%.
Well,
Do you think it should
think
also
so.
apply to the United States?
We're protecting them, you know. They're not protecting us. We're protecting them. So I don't think we should be spending. I'm not sure we should be spending anything, but we should certainly be helping them. But they should up their 2% to 5%. Yeah.
Mr. President, you said earlier during your speech at Davos that you would like to see interest rates come down. How much would you like to see them come down?
A lot.
And will you talk
I'd like to see them come down a lot, and oil prices will come down. And when oil prices come down, everything's going to be cheaper for the American people and actually for the world, but for the American people. So I'd like to see oil prices come down. And when the energy comes down, that's going to knock out a lot of the inflation. That's going to automatically bring the interest rates down.
Are you worried that there's too much going on?
You said that you would demand.
Are you worried that there's too much going on at once if you're trying to bring interest rates down, get the economy back going?
No, it just works that way. I mean, it's just economically works that way. When the oil comes down, it'll bring down prices. Then you won't have inflation, and then the interest rates will come down.
You said that you would demand that the interest rates come down.
Well, I would put in a strong statement.
Do you expect the Fed to listen to you?
Yeah.
Are you going to talk to Powell about this and bring the links down?
At the right time, I would.
Sir, do you think pardoned that were participating in the January 6, 2021 attack? Do you plan to meet with any of them or meet with them at the White House?
I don't know. I'm sure that they probably would like to. I did them something important, but what they did is they were protesting a crooked election. And, you know, I mean, people understand that also. And they were treated very badly. Nobody's been treated like that. So I'd be open to it, certainly. I don't know of anything like that, but I think they're going to meet in some of the congressmen, women want to meet. But I'd certainly be open to it.
Have you spoken to them since you issued the pardons?
I haven't spoken to any of them yet, but I know they're very happy.
Mr. President,
I gave them their life back. Their life was taken away from them unnecessarily and unfairly. I gave them their life back, so I can imagine they probably would like to.
Mr. President, what did you mean when you said that Biden took bad advice and not pardoning himself yesterday?
Well, he did. I think he did, because he pardoned all these people that are crooked as hell. Look, the congressmen, they're crooked. What they did is they destroyed evidence. When you destroy evidence, especially criminally like that, they did it criminally. And the reason they destroyed the evidence is because it proved that I was right. They didn't destroy evidence for no reason. They destroyed it because they found many documents saying that I offered 10,000 soldiers. If they had 500 soldiers or National Guard, there would have been no problem. If they had 200, that would have been. I offered 10,000 if they needed them. There would have been no problem. That's been now totally disproven. And it's also been disproven by Nancy Pelosi's daughter, who has her on tape saying it was her fault, that she has full responsibility for this. And they have all that stuff. They destroyed everything. And they go through a year and a half, 2 years of nonsense. They come up with tremendous evidence, and they destroyed evidence. And Schiff knew about it. That's why he's on there. He knew all about the destruction of evidence. A lot of people said he's the one that got him to do it. And he's a crooked guy, you know, totally crooked politician. And so he's pardoned, and some other people are pardoned. And these are crooked politicians, every one of them. Benny Johnson, what he did is incredible. I mean, he was the leader of the committee, and he did it. Cheney, crying Adam Kinzinger, all of them. They destroyed evidence and deleted everything. There's nothing. There's no evidence now. They're crooked politicians, and they should be punished. You know, that's even in a civil trial, you go to jail for a thing like that. They destroyed every document, from what I understand, every document, because it proved that I was totally innocent.
Mr. Do you plan to send up to 10,000 troops to the southern border, sir?
Yeah. Oh, southern border?
Yes,
when
the
you
border.
say southern border, when I said 10,000 troops, I was referring to the capital.
Oh, I see. And
No,
when
you
does
got it
that?
wrong.
When
I
do you
was referring to the
plan? When do you
capital.
plan
I
to do
offered
that?
10,000 troops to the capital before January 6th.
And as for the 1,500 at the southern border, sir, to clarify, what exactly do you want them to be doing right now?
Making sure that the border is safe and secure, and that criminals don't come into our country.
Mr. President, do you think that sanctions on Russia will force President Putin to negotiate?
I don't know, but I think he should make a deal.
Mr. President, does it bother you that Elon Musk criticized a deal that you made publicly, that he said that he tweeted that?
No, it doesn't. He hates one of the people in the deals.
Have you spoken to him since then?
No, I've spoken to Elon, but I've spoken to all of them, actually. No, the people in the deal are very, very smart people. But Elon, one of the people he happens to hate, but I have certain hatreds of people, too.
Sir,
You know?
sir, on China, what do you think Xi Jinping can do on the Ukraine-Russia war?
Which one?
The Ukraine-Russia war. What can Xi Jinping do about that?
China?
Yeah.
They have a lot of power over Russia. They supply energy to Russia. And Russia supplies energy to them. They supply other things to, you know, it's really a very big trade. It's a very big trading partner. But Russia supplies a lot of energy to China. China pays them a lot of money for that. And I think they have a lot of power over Russia. So
he's literally right about this,
Russia
by the way.
should-
He's not, I mean, he is right. Like, this paired up with the fact that he keeps saying that he wants to talk to the Russian side as well, once again, is like the unique moments where Donald Trump albeit still invested heavily in the machinations of American empire, will maybe stray away a little bit from the way that the Democrats operate. If that makes sense. Like, it's almost identical to the Gaza situation. I still don't think that he's going to shut down the Ukraine operation in its entirety, or push like the Russia to stop somehow, or convince Russia to stop somehow. Because, like I said, there's too much money to be made for the military-industrial complex. Ow, fuck. But even in the way that he communicates on this stuff, like he's able to do it in a very common sense. He's able to do it in a way where it's just like the average person kind of understands as well. He was wrong. Russia supplies China with energy. Yeah, but if you think that China doesn't have tremendous influence over Russia, I mean, you're crazy. China does have tremendous influence over Russia. China has consistently told Vladimir Putin to, dial it back, scale it back. There are reports from Western press that say that Xi might have been partially responsible for Russia stopping the usage of nukes even. Okay? So, like, these are the kinds of things that in the interim, I think Donald Trump will get aesthetic W's over. And he also is very good at communicating in the right way. And in a way where, like, I think if the liberal media automatically is anti whatever he's doing, okay, they're going to come across more like warmongers, and Trump is going to come across, in the eyes of the American public at least, as the guy who does definitely want to stop the wars when he doesn't. Right? Do you see what I'm saying? I don't believe that Donald Trump is a peaceful dove. I mean, that much is clear. It's clear from his first term. He was never a peaceful dove. He never actually he never actually operated in that way at all. That was a complete lie, right? Having said that, however, I think he does a better job of marketing himself as that than the Democrats do. Hey, Hasan, there's a protest for Palestine tonight in Tokyo. Why don't you pull up? Maybe. That sounds dope. Anyway, will Trump get the Nobel Peace Prize if he stops Russia? Because Obama also got that and doesn't deserve it. Maybe. Why'd you say Porter Robinson? That sounds awesome, though. Pro-Palestine rally. Don't worry, I brought my keffiyeh with me, too. I was on a panel of dumb Trumpers on TikTok. The host stated that Dubai gave Trump a few $100 billion. Do you think that's true, Hasan? All the Gulf states have glazed Donald Trump and also offered a tremendous amount of money to Donald Trump. That's not false. Like, they got a bunch of weapons contracts. They all did that for sure. Like, more so than even previous administrations, I would say.
We'll make a deal. Maybe they want to make a deal. I think, from what I hear, Putin would like to see me, and we'll meet as soon as we can. I'd meet immediately. Every day we don't meet, soldiers are being killed on the battlefield. And that battlefield is like no battlefield since World War II. That's
Ukraine wants
and I have pictures that you don't want to see. Soldiers are being killed on a daily basis at numbers that we haven't seen in decades. And it'd be nice to end that war. It's a ridiculous war.
You said that Ukraine's ready to make a deal. Did President Zelensky tell you that personally?
Yeah, sure. He's ready to negotiate a deal. He'd like to stop. If
this is the end point, I'm still not certain that this will happen. And the reasons for why I'm not certain that this will happen is because there's too much money to be made off of, like, Ukraine being in a permanent state of war. Like, a lot of that investment has to go somewhere else, right? Having said that, however, this was inevitable. All wars end in treaties. Okay? This was my point from the start, that the American government never had any honest interest in defending Ukraine, They had no interest in Ukrainian emancipation, just like they had no interest in ever allowing Ukraine to be a part of NATO. And a lot of people yelled at me in this time frame. And so many people had to die for everyone to finally come to this point, I guess, where so many people had to die for other people to finally reach that conclusion where they're like, okay, maybe there isn't enough manpower left in Ukraine, and it would be worse overall if they lowered the age of conscription to 18 and started at gunpoint forcing, children basically to go and die in this endless war. So if that was the case, as I said was going to happen, and if that's what we're facing down right now, don't you think that Biden, or at least like, not Biden because he's decrepit, but don't you think that the competent administrators that are in the Biden administration, don't you think that they could have foreseen this as well? And maybe it would have been better off overall if they were the ones who they were the ones who brought Russia to the table to start the conversations, and not just for like hostage negotiations, but in general, to see what their demands were, to start the negotiation process. Are you nervous that you might be shut down by Trump? I mean, a little bit, for sure. Like, it's obvious that like everything that this current government has said so far is pretty open. Like he literally wants to deport people who are pro-Palestine. Like he wants to deport students who are pro-Palestine. That's what he said. So if that's the case, then yeah, people like myself are a genuine threat. People like myself were a genuine threat to the Democratic administration as well. But I think that the Trump administration is not above eroding that standard of free speech in that regard. That's what I think. Does that scare you at all? Don't you have birthright citizenship? Yes, I do. I'm not talking about me being deported. I was just using that as an example. Also, he's talked about denaturalization as well. So that's another side of the story. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying I'm going to get deported. I'm saying an administration that openly says they want to deport foreign students for being for suspected of being pro-Palestine is obviously going to do a bunch of stuff before they get there in terms of censorship for American citizens who are pro-Palestine as well. That's what I meant. I wasn't trying to say that he's going to deport me. I mean, just flat out lying law. Wait, what? Not pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas, just lying law. Okay, chatter. Let's say it's pro-Hamas, okay, which is the governing party of Gaza right now. But even then, you think that's appropriate to deport someone? Also, what do you think people get mad at me over? You think people get mad at me because they're like, Hasan is pro-Palestine? No, they say I'm pro-Hamas, dumbass. They say I'm pro-Hamas and pro the Ayatollah. The fuck are you talking about? That is what it is. Being pro-Palestine in the eyes of the American government is being pro-Hamas. They're not going to say, we're going to start deporting students for wanting Palestinian emancipation. It's called marketing. Why can't people ever understand this? Why is this so difficult to understand? Every American with like three operating fucking processors inside of their minds understand that all politicians lie, okay? They lie all the time. But when it comes to their favorite politician, those cells erode, okay? All of a sudden, they go, nah, this is actually valid. This is real. It is actually about, deporting people who are pro-Hamas. Even then, that's ridiculous, okay? Even then, it's ridiculous to be like, oh, you're pro-Hamas, so we're deporting you. But like, that's not a standard that you can apply to begin with. But having said that, they're not going to apply that rigid standard to people who are pro-Hamas. They're just going to say everyone who's pro-Palestine is pro-Hamas because that's what they say anyway. Why are you so stupid? That's what I don't understand about a lot of these people that will sit here and be like, well, all politicians lie. All they care about is like the corporate oligarchy or whatever. And then they'll turn around and be like, yeah, I believe Donald Trump when he says they're only deporting violent criminal immigrants. The current structure in the United States of America is that if an undocumented migrant has committed a violent crime, depending on the severity of the crime and depending on the other legal circumstances, legal jurisdiction circumstances, they most likely will get permanent jail, okay? And in some instances, they might get deported. But in most instances, they just go to jail. That's how it works. The idea that like violent undocumented migrants are not being apprehended and going through the court system is so insane to me. I don't know how people just run with this reality. And part of the reason why they go to jail instead of being deported is because if you deport an undocumented migrant that is like, let's say, a serial killer, okay, what happens when the country that he was deported back to doesn't actually have the same legal structure or have the same interest in apprehending him permanently or even have the facilities? Okay, so he can just come back to America. Is that better? No, that's the reason why they don't fucking deport every undocumented migrant. Dumbasses. Do you want someone who has, let's say, killed American citizens to be able to walk free in their home nation? No, you want them to go to jail. That's what I want. That's why it's so stupid when people say, oh, dude, I can't believe they're not deporting these undocumented migrants that did crimes. It's like, yeah, dog, of course. If they've murdered a bunch of people, yeah, they should go to jail. What are you talking about? Prison abolition who? I'm sorry, dude. This is not about undocumented migrants or anyone. If you kill someone, okay, it is understandable that there is going to be some punishments, okay? Your freedom of movement should absolutely be restricted. I'm not having this conversation with you guys right now. You're out of your mind. The point is, they don't actually apprehend in the new protocols. That's literally, yes, that's the other part. Exactly. That's literally how MS-13 was created. Gang members that were in American prisons were deported back from the United States to El Salvador without literally telling the El Salvadoran government that they were sending back gang members. Okay? And yeah, American gang members that had a connection with the United States of America all of a sudden were able to basically capture the entirety of the government. That's literally how MS-13 became the gang that it is. And initially, it started because, lo and behold, guess what? Shocker, that the El Salvadoran people were getting fucked over with no access to government initiatives. Like, they had to resort to black market means. Then they went to prison, became more violent in that process because when you go to prison, you become a worse criminal, or rather a better criminal, I guess, but a worse person overall. Anyway. Yeah, also there was one instance of us there were two instances, I think. Florida student protester deported back to Colombia following suspension. There was two. There was another one. It was like at Dartmouth or something that they were trying to deport as well. So like that already had started. This isn't to say that like the Biden administration was great at obviously dealing with student protesters. Chatter, come on. I've talked about this quite a bit. 3,100 arrests were made under the Democratic leadership in supposedly the free nation, the freest nation on earth.
Somebody that lost a lot of soldiers, and so did Russia. Lost a lot. Russia lost more soldiers.
Not Dartmouth, Cornell, maybe?
800,000 soldiers. Would you say that's a lot? I'd say it's a lot.
Mr. President, you said that you wanted to make Dr. King's dream a reality. What's your response to his children and civil rights leaders who say that your DEI orders are a contradiction of his dream and could further drive racial disparities?
Well, I haven't heard that.
Mr. President,
that's it. I haven't heard
back
what
on
they...
the terror list. How do you see the war in Yemen end?
Well, we'll see what happens, but they can't shoot down our ships, the Houthis.
Yes.
And that you can't shoot down our ships or any ships, and that's what they've been doing. So,
see, this is where his dick riding of Saudi Arabia puts him in the same category as Brandon, right? This is where Donald Trump's Saudi loyalty actually cooks his foreign policy perspective, because Brandon went after the Houthis as aggressively as he could, and it went nowhere, right? It went nowhere. Donald Trump comes in, and if he tries to escalate in the same way, instead of putting together a ceasefire deal and also treating the Ansarallah administration as the current government of Yemen, because that is what it is, okay? That's a much better way to deal with the process rather than trying to dominate them, because it doesn't work. I think, like, I read this dude who talked about, like, North Korea. I read something on Twitter who talked about how, like, the DPRK played a fairly formative role in tunnel warfare, and how the DPRK, North Korea, is like the most complex tunnel system on the planet because of the Korean War, and how they basically brought that over to the Viet Cong, and that the Viet Cong also then brought that over to, made its way to Iran. The North Koreans made its way to Iran with their tunnel structures as well, and like basically underground facilities that that evade surveillance, but more importantly, bombings. And how that also basically redefined warfare for Hamas and Hezbollah as well. So in that regard, you just kind of can't deal with it, you know? You just can't deal with people who, like, we have all this complex machinery. We have all of these complex munitions. We have all of these mechanisms of warfare. A million different ways to evaporate babies from afar. And yet, ironically enough, all of those technological advancements still get owned by dirt. Put enough dirt in front of it, and it's impenetrable. Think about that. Think about how crazy that is. Like, you got dirt, ingenuity, engineering, a shovel, and the results are clear. I mean, look at Gaza. Look at Gaza. Look at North Gaza. Like 3-4 days before the ceasefire finally was implemented, they walked back in. The Israeli occupying force walked back into one of the most destroyed parts of North Gaza and got their shit blown. Okay, five troops now post-mortem general troops that were 17, 19, 18 years old got their shit blown up. It's crazy. In North Gaza, they tried to ethnically cleanse that entire territory, and they still have not dealt with Hamas there. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because a similar thing happens with, oh, it was 15 troops, not 5, sorry. A similar thing is happening with Yemen, okay? As long as people are willing to fight back, as long as they are willing, unless you break the people's will, and seemingly enough, you can't break these people's will at all, especially the Yemeni people, holy moly. Like, there is just no way to deal with it unless you, like, nuke Yemen, I guess.
On the terror list, that's not good for them.
So why did you revoke security protections for former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and Brian Hook?
Well, the same reason I did. When you have protection, you can't have it for the rest of your life. Do you want to?
Wait. 21 Israeli troops are killed in the deadliest attack on military in Gaza since the Gaza offensive began. Wait, when did this happen? 21? Oh, on Tuesday. A significant setback that could add a mounting call. that could add to mounting calls for a ceasefire. Wait, this is from before, right? Why is this from today? Oh, it's 2024. Oh my God. I was like, what is going on? Bro, y'all are so dumb. No, I'm talking about the recent thing that happened, not 2024. Jesus Christ. Gaza is clear surface. Yemen is mostly mountains, which makes it even harder to deal with. Yeah, bro, the Saudis learned that lesson too. That's the other part of the story. Is like, I don't even think the Saudis want that smoke. So maybe they'll get into Trump's ear and be like, hey, let's pack this up. Let's not do this.
On a large detail of people guarding people for the rest of their lives. I mean, there's risks to everything.
So would you support striking Iran's nuclear facilities?
Say it.
Would you support Israel, for example, striking nuclear facilities?
Well, I'm
or
not
do you
going to
believe
answer
in
that. Not that question. We'll have to see. I'm going to be meeting with various people over the next couple of days. We'll see. But hopefully that could be worked out without having to worry about it. It would be nice. It would really be nice if that could be worked out without having to go that further step.
And who are you going to meet?
A mini F. It's fine. It happens sometimes, okay? Minor F, we're back. The Yakuza saved me. Okay. Look in the... Hold on. I have to text Will. He woke up. The man who erased his ISB. Where can I get a shirt like that? Fun. Oh, great question. It's called ideology.shop. This is too blown out in the back, right? You guys can't see anything. I don't know how we would ever be able to show like the background at all. Like unless it's in the morning. Like I wish I could show you what the background looks like without it being like fully blown out, you know? It's also easier to trap the fuck out of destroyed buildings. I got 17 occupation soldiers in the north in 6 days before the ceasefire. Truly unshakable resistance for people interested in pro-Palestine. Okay, dude. Use center metering on your camera. I don't know how to do any of that nerd stuff. I'm sorry. Cutie Hasanrella. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Thank you. Did you play any games on the flight? Nah. I didn't even watch. I downloaded so many animes that I was going to watch, and I didn't even watch a single one. It's 8 a.m. there. How long are you streaming? So my goal today is to get a couple hours of news commentary, as I'm doing right now, and then move on from news commentary to like, you know, regular city exploration. Our first day is for settling in, as I talked about already. Our first day is just for settling in. So we don't have anything on the docket, I don't think. And you pirate anime? No. It's piracy is a service problem. Gaben is right. And for me, all of the animes that I watch are on like Netflix and everywhere else, so it doesn't matter to me. No. There is IRL today, but there is IRL today. I just haven't figured out what we're gonna do. And I'm here for 2 weeks. And no, we didn't kidnap Cutie and bring her to Japan. To the Japans. Hit the court in Shinjuku? How did you cut your shirt? What do you mean? With scissors? Are there basketball courts out here? Because the weather is not too bad. The weather is not so bad that it's like impossible to play basketball outdoors, I think. Am I crazy? But you guys don't like basketball anyway. You hate when I stream basketball. Why are you suggesting that? You know? Yeah, the weather is like nice. As a gaffer, I'm flying out to Japan to fix the lighting issue. Big dog, don't worry about it. Thanks, man. Hey, bud, when are you going to visit Uncle Ho, your true uncle? Oh, don't worry. I want to go to Vietnam real bad. Who's all on the trip with you? We are, I mean, the trip is massive. Like, we are just Fear End. So it's me, Austin, Will, Caroline's here as well. March is here. And outside of us, like the roomies are here, I think, like all of them. Nice Wig is here. They're all not Cutie. Cutie's not here, of course. So like there's so many people here. All right, let's continue.
Well, I'd rather not say that, but very high-level people. But hopefully that can be worked out. You know, look, Iran hopefully will make a deal, and if they don't make a deal, I guess that's okay too.
Hey, Mr. President, just to follow up, you said you think the Fed should listen to you. Can you elaborate on why you think it should?
With regard to interest rates?
Correct, yes.
Because I think I know interest rates much better than they do. And I think I know it certainly much better than the one who's primarily in charge of making that decision. But no, I'm guided by them very much. But if I disagree, I will let it be known.
Sir, your tariffs plans for China and Mexico are much tougher. The ones for Canada and Mexico are much tougher than the one for China. Why is it softer for China?
Well, China's already paying a lot of tariffs because of me. And when you add them up, I would say, you know, they're paying a lot. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars. They never paid 10 cents until I came along. When I came along, they've paid hundreds of billions of dollars. Never paid anything. And so they've already started at a higher base.
Is February 1st the date for Chinese tariffs as well, sir? February 1, or was that just Mexico and Canada?
It's Mexico and Canada, but we're talking about China too. Look, China's sending.
Okay, it seems like it's still blown up. Yeah. I like that the media is like, hey, can you please attack China harder? Why aren't you doing that? Please go to the Tokari Center to see the seals. They are so cute. Are you still meeting up with Hideo Kojima? No, that's not going to happen. Kojima Studios invited me initially, but they are heavily dominated by Death Stranding 2 right now. So they said that it's not going to happen, which is kind of an L. I know. It's a real bummer. Trust me. I really wanted to go. I was really excited, and I'm not going to be able to do that. The Kojima Productions one. So I'm not getting scanned. I'm getting scammed instead. Cancel the trip? Yeah. True. Next year, bro. Next year. That's what they said. They literally were like, oh, well, we'll have more time in the future. And it's like, yeah, I'll just come back to Japan, I guess. All right, let's continue with this news.
Tremendous amounts of bad drugs, fentanyl, really bad stuff. Most of it comes through Mexico. And we're losing, I think, 300,000 lives a year because of that. People say 150.
Dude, he's like, dude, it's like, I love the connection that it's actually, you know, it's the fentanyl deaths are directly because of the migrants, and it's all coming in from Mexico, and it's Mexico's fault. And yeah, they're killing 300. Bro, it's easy to balance the light. All you need is a reflector to balance out the light. I don't know what you mean. I don't know how to do that. Anyway, I'm not going to do that right now. Don't worry about it. Let's just keep going.
100, 120. I think 300,000 lives a year. Those are old numbers. The lower numbers are low number. And we can't have that. They've got to stop sending it. I had a deal with President Xi, but it was a deal that wasn't followed up by Biden, of course, where they were going to issue the death penalty to people that make fentanyl, and that would have stopped it. But we'll have to stop it with tariffs. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
White towels on desk or hanging, bouncing in the sun. Guys, stop throwing ideas at me. I know. I'm going to do all of them. Okay. Yeah, we have warp speed. ICE is making hundreds of arrests in sanctuary cities. But before we get to that, a couple different things happen with Steve. Our boy Steve Witkoff. Let's talk about it. So Stevie boy came in hot. And he had a lot to say. And apparently it was quite controversial for many people.
Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. He was certainly a key player in the negotiations and the deal between Israel and Hamas. Thank you for being on our show, and thank you for being willing to serve the country as well. Wanted to ask you about Hamas. Apparently, they told the New York Times, we are prepared for a dialogue with America and achieving understandings on everything. How do you see that?
Well, I think it's good if it's accurate. I think we were able to demonstrate that President Trump's policies, peace through strength, they work. Everybody listens. And getting those 3 people out, that was a big deal. We've got 4 more coming out, I believe, this weekend. And it's a testament to how the world perceives President Trump's presidency.
When you met with these leaders, whether it was in Qatar or in Jerusalem, how did you deliver that message that convinced them that you mean business and so does Trump?
Well, Bill, I said you've got to look at the tweet, look at the truth, look at what he said. The words speak for itself. He expects a hostage release. Remember, we were working. We had nothing to do with the mathematics behind the prisoner release and the hostage release. That was set probably, I don't know, 11, 12 months ago in the so-called May 27th protocol that was agreed to by Hamas, by the Israelis, and monitored by the United States under the Biden administration. So that set the mathematics around how many Palestinians in Israeli jails would be released for each hostage who was coming out. Our job was to speed up the process because it felt like it had bogged down. And so that was the job, and we were able to get it done.
Yeah,
and it doesn't happen without the president.
It's on track for the moment, and we'll see what happens next, phase 2, and on and on and on. I was watching you at the end of the inauguration in the rotunda on Capitol Hill, and when now the former president was walking out, you stopped, grabbed his hand, and had some words with him. What did you say that you want our audience to understand about your message that moment?
I said, thank you. I said, thank you for allowing me to work on this peace deal because it was important, and I wanted to thank him for that.
And what did he say?
He said, thank you.
Simple enough.
Sir, could you project?
Jared Kushner could never. I mean, dude, anyone could do this. I want to stress this. Okay? This man is not a particularly brilliant man. And the only reason why he comes across like a breath of fresh air, I guess, is because the tools that he has at his disposal are endless. Okay? Anyone could do it. Okay? Anyone could do it. A fucking real estate developer that is just a normie otherwise who plays golf with Donald Trump can do it. Why? Because he is the physical manifestation of Donald Trump in that room. And Donald Trump has said, get this deal done. That's it. Every moment that Steve Witkoff speaks about the successes of this ceasefire is yet another moment where you should realize that the Democratic Party, with the endless amount of pedigree that they had in terms of foreign policy, just truly did not want to do this. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. All of the other stuff was just lies. It was lies to keep up this veneer of interest in maintaining the international rule-based order or whatever. Like they had a goal. They wanted Israel to be let loose in the region, and they let it happen. And then they acted like, oh man, we're just really trying to stop it. It's not that complicated. Okay? Why Bibi supported Trump then? He got played or more to come? I think there's more to come. I think that's what it is. I think Benjamin Netanyahu also believes that Donald Trump will protect him from additional legal scrutiny where he didn't feel like the liberals would do that for him, maybe. Okay? But you have to understand, this is not about Benjamin Netanyahu's wants, his political future, his goals. He is not an autonomous party, okay? He's not. He's not an autonomous party. He's not a party that has any agency in this. He is merely a vessel of American empire. He's just the guy that you can yell at, okay? He's the punching bag. And no, he's no longer insanely unpopular. All the bloodshed made him very popular in Israel again. Don't worry. Yeah, I said time and time again that all Biden needed to do was make a phone call, the right phone call. Okay, a phone call where he says it's done. And he never made that phone call. That's it. Now, this is a lot more complicated with Iran. Okay? This is actually a complicated process. It's a complicated process because it requires not American interests, but it requires like the American design in the region to be tweaked potentially. Okay? Because now you're not dealing with a foreign ally that will just do whatever you want him to do. Okay? Now you're dealing with a foreign adversary that is a major threat as a state, as a functioning state, potentially a nuclear state, that is an enemy to your designs in the region and an enemy to your major power player allies in the region, Saudi Arabia and Israel. Okay? Remember 3 months ago you were watching that Ozzy Zio pig YouTuber Casimir report video gloating over the genocidal general's plan and the annexation of North Gaza, and 3 months after they withdrew from North Gaza? Look, I'm not saying their designs for Gaza is over, okay? I'm not saying Israel's interest in Gaza is done, it's diminished. I think that there is still the West Bank in play.
I know you don't like to speculate, but could you project 6 months ahead or so? Because one of the key pieces of the deal, as I understand it from friends who are very supportive of the Israelis, that in a way it was a terrible deal, but one that they should take because of the situation that they found themselves in. But the key was Israel did not have to declare an end to the war. President Trump, if you could play this is call for number one. He says he's not confident it will hold. Watch.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident, but I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the 2-state?
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
How do you characterize whether the ceasefire will hold?
Well, I don't disagree with the president. I think that the implementation, Dana, of it is probably more difficult than the execution of the deal. The execution, that was a big step. That was the condition precedent. We had to get it done, and we did, thank God. And now we've got to implement. I'm actually going to be going over to Israel. I'm going to be a part of an inspection team at the Netzarim corridor and also at the Philadelphia corridor. That's where you have outside overseers sort of making sure that people are safe and people who are entering are not armed and no one has bad motivations. But we have to make sure that the implementation goes well, because if it goes well, we'll get into phase 2 and we're going to get a lot more live bodies out. And I think that that is what the president's directive to me and everybody else working in the American government on this. That's his directive, and that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do.
Our audience may not be that familiar with you, but they're going to get to know you very soon. And we really appreciate you coming on today because these are very important issues. Your relationship with Donald Trump appears to me to be forged over the years, and you've known each other a long time through New York real estate and the game of golf. And you were with them in Palm Beach the day that second assassination attempt took place. So you guys know where each other's coming from on just about everything. With regard to the future in the Middle East, do you see soon a handshake deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia that gets that peace deal back on track, that would then pull in other Arab countries in the region?
Well, you know, Bill, it's been out in the news that there's been talk of a normalization deal, and I think that normalization is an amazing opportunity for the region. It's basically the beginning of the end of war, and the beginning of the end of war means that the entire region becomes investable. It becomes financeable. Banks do not have to underwrite whether the Houthis, Hezbollah, or Hamas is going to fire a missile and take down a hyperscale data center. So I think that normalization is huge for the state of Israel. It's huge for the region, and hopefully it happens. And my own opinion is that a condition precedent to normalization was a ceasefire. We needed to get people believing again. First, we needed the hopeful moment, and I'd like to think that we've achieved that, and we'll build on that. And then on top of that, we needed to show people that we could stop the violence, and we could have conversation and dialogue. And so this is the beginning of that, and hopefully everything over there can be settled in that way. If it's possible, everyone will become a believer.
Just one more from me. How many countries do you think could be on board?
I think you could get everybody on board in that region. I really do. I think there's a new sense of leadership over there. Oh my gosh! I mean, Qatar. Look at what, you know. Qatar was enormously helpful in this. Sheikh Mohammed, he did plenty of, you know, his communication skills with Hamas were indispensable here. So, I think the UAE is already a part of it. Egypt was very, very helpful to us in these endeavors. I think we have the opportunity to get everybody bought in to a better future for the region. More opportunity, more hope. I think we have this is an inflection point.
Wow.
Steve Witkoff, thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate it and hope to see you again.
Good luck.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. That's okay. Okay, thank you. Bye. I had to order mushi mushi. I had to order water and a bunch of stuff. How's the jet lag? Non-existent so far, but we'll see. The day is still very, very young. As you know, it's 4 p.m. over there, but over here it's only 9 a.m. So I just got started. Okay, so couple points here that are important. Okay. Number one, Drop Site is covering this. It says, in an interview with Fox News, Witkoff also announced he would travel to Gaza to be a part of the inspection team to ensure compliance with the deal. He said he wants the implementation to go well.
Now is President Trump's special.
He said he wants the implementation to go well. If it goes well, they'll go into phase 2, and we're going to get a lot more live bodies out. And I think that's what the president's directive to me and everybody else working in the American government on in this is. I'm actually going to go to Israel. I'm going to be a part of the inspection team at the Netzarim corridor and also a part of the Philadelphia corridor. Said senior Hamas official Musa Abu Marzouk's recent statement to the New York Times that Hamas is prepared to enter a dialogue with the new Trump administration would be good if true. Emphasized Qatar's leadership in the broader normalization process and its crucial role in the peace efforts. Witkoff said he believed a long, elusive normalization deal with Saudi Arabia could be reached. He went further, saying he believed every country in the region could get on board with such a deal. Normalization means the beginning of the end of the war. It means the entire region becomes investable, becomes financeable. Classic real estate guy, classic real estate speak. My own opinion is that the conditional precedent to normalization was a ceasefire. We need to get people believing again. And this was not met with a lot of positive opinions in the minds of a lot of pro-Israeli speakers in the United States of America. A lot of people were very, very frustrated, especially because he said that he was interested in talking to Hamas directly. Okay, not through shuttle diplomacy, but directly potentially. That was a big deal. They got very mad at that. Now they're calling him a Qatari agent, especially because he once again glazed the emir, and also I think he's like done dealings with Qatar in the past as well. So people are very, very upset about this. Yeah, Mr. Anti-Zionist over here. Okay. Yeah, Trump is Hamas now, chat. Pro-Israel Republicans are alarmed over Trump's Defense Department appointee, Michael Domino. We talked about this before. I covered this before. He said, Michael Domino, tapped as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, has said that the U.S. has minimal to non-existent vital interests in the region. And, of course, people are very upset about this. And I thought it was really funny. It's like, I mean, you can't have one guy. Like, every other guy doesn't think this. You can't just have one freaking guy that thinks this. No room for division here, okay? Like 500 guys already think this. Okay? 501 is unacceptable, okay? The 501st guy can't think the opposite. Okay? Nope. Not allowed. He said he wanted to visit Gaza. What's the chances they let him and then watch Israel kill him and blame it on criminal elements inside of Gaza that have been armed? No. Steve Witkoff is Trump, okay? Steve Witkoff, understand something. Steve Witkoff is the physical embodiment of Donald Trump. He is the physical manifestation of Donald Trump. That's not happening. That seems far too insane, even for Israel. New York Times, contractors are scheduled to begin searching vehicles on Saturday and allowing those returning on foot to cross without inspection. If Witkoff is going to Gaza, would that mean third-party investigators could have a greater chance to get into Gaza and investigate the atrocities done by Israel? Eventually. It depends. I don't know what they're going to do with the Philadelphia corridor. Okay? I don't know what this means for the Philadelphia corridor, but if they open it up and if the Rafah border is no longer controlled by Israel, then yes, third-party investigators will have an easier time getting in. Why are you always being negative and biased about one side thing? Open up and rethink sometimes? What do you mean? I don't even know what you mean by this. I like that I'm talking about a ceasefire deal that came after the heels of 15 months of genocide of a captured population that's living in an open air prison. And this guy's like, you're being negative right now. I don't like that. Okay. It's crazy. I hope you're not. Trump appointee for Pentagon Middle East advisor is called to pressure Israel. We're really there to counter Iran, and that's really at the behest of Israelis and the Saudis. Michael Domino said, oh my God. Okay. I get why. I get why they hate him. He ain't wrong, but one guy, man, let there be one guy. Let there be one dude who actually, by the way, I think this attitude, ironically enough, is I can't believe the state of affairs in American foreign policy that like the one guy with realpolitik, like actual realpolitik as an ideological predisposition is getting yelled at as though he's like, and he's being considered woke. That's crazy. Like, that's it. He's just saying he's not wrong. There's truth to what he's saying. He's the one former CIA guy that hates the Israelis. No, there's many such cases. What do you think about MBS saying he will only accept Palestine 1967 borders? People here in Saudi believe him. Yeah, that's the reason why he's saying that, because he wants the people in Saudi to believe him. MBS has very openly stated time and time again his resentment for the Palestinian population that just won't, like, die. He thinks the Palestinians are simply a nuisance and annoying because he would rather get weapons contracts and not have to deal with his population feeling sympathetic towards the plight of people that are being dominated by a country that he wants to align with, Israel. He has to say that so that, the Saudi population goes, yeah, no, he still has the best interest of the ummah in mind, First report of ICE questioning legitimacy of U.S. veteran citizenship and no warrant or raid. Oh, God. There we go. Bro, watch out. You are out of state. If the Saudi kingdom wanted to kill me, they could kill me in America. What are you talking about? I'm too much of a small fry. Why would they do that? They got bigger stuff to worry about. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Let's continue. I don't know, man. CNN and NPR have been referencing you lately. You're actually him now. I'm not him. I promise. I'm not. Just don't go to a Turkish embassy anytime soon. True. I am humbly telling you, I am only the second largest political commentator on this platform. Number one slot has been overtaken by Asmongold and the brilliant right-wing commentary that was desperately needed on this platform. Finally, some diversity of opinion. Finally. You see the latest thing? Asman said he's German. I did. When asked by, I suspect, random 4chaners whether he was like secretly Jewish or not, he responded with, "I'm German. It's the opposite," which is kind of funny because, like, no, that's not the opposite. The Jews that died in the Holocaust that were killed, many of them were also German Jews. You can still be Jewish and German. I don't think he thought that through. I assume he was just trying to, make a joke or something. All right. What else do we got on the docket? We'll talk about warp speed, but I really do want to watch this. This is a very good video. I don't think Trump himself is personally fierce. Oh, one other thing about Israel-Palestine. I saw this. I've played ball here before, by the way. It's a very nice facility.
All right, you can pump it as long as you say, today we stand here, we all care for humanity, good people, and we stand with Israel, and all good people. So God bless America, God bless Israel, and we stand united for all good humanity. Amen.
This is lame as hell, bro. Okay? It's so goddamn lame to do this. Like, you don't got to do this, my man. You don't got to do this. I'm gonna keep it $150, brother. You are doing damage to your cause, okay? When you do stuff like this. This is what Israeli Hasbar has stooped to. Yeah, you're just... Is that Xavier Sobeys? That's the one who walked away in the pink hoodie? That was Xavier Sobeys that walked away immediately when he started saying that? That's so awesome. I didn't know who it was. That's funny. Yeah. Respect. Respect. The youth are all right, dude. I'm invested now. Like, how do you not recognize that when you do this stuff, you're just like coming across as a clown? You're coming across like a loser. You're coming across like an annoying nuisance, and you're probably harming the pro-Israeli project more than you are saving it, you know? It's like, oh, I'm glad. I'm glad that, I'm glad that you snuck that in there.
And we stand united for all good humanity. Amen. Cheers. Shalom, shalom. Am Yisrael Achai. Hasan. Thank you guys. Round of applause.
Hold on, did he just set us up? No. What the fuck?
I don't even know what he said. That's how.
What did you say?
Nah, man. Free Palestine, bro.
My goat. That's right.
I just got set up, man. I thought
That's
he
right.
said picture, bro.
That's right. Nephew's all right. Nephew's the king. Respect to the nephew. That's just again, it's such a lame ass thing to do, bro. Like, what are you doing? You just got all these kids there, like they're young. Like, you're just locking them into this. Like, what a ridiculous thing to say. What a ridiculous thing to do. You're a whole ass adult. It is. It's lame as hell. Like, it's lame as hell because, like, regardless of what you are signing people on board with in that regard, regardless of what you're signing people on board with, like, there's no assumption, right? There's no assumption from any of those guys that you're going to come up there and just be like, yeah, we're all pro-Israel, right? Yeah. Respect. Let's go. Like that you just kind of brought that on them for no reason. You know what I mean? They didn't agree to it. You just brought them into this conversation. You don't know what their perspective is, right? It's just a very awkward situation to put people in. Max said this later.
Whatever y'all want, believe it. Don't let no one ever. Hey, chat, believe in whatever y'all want, believe it. Don't let no one ever, you feel me? Ever try to push beliefs on you. Free Palestine. That's crazy. What you say? I know. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Yeah. See, that's what I mean. Like I don't think these guys like have like fully well-established opinions on the situation, right? But even then, you just like ended up making them feel uncomfortable. Some more of their comments immediately after the end of this clip.
All right. And all good people. So God bless America, God bless Israel, and we stand united for all good humanity. Amen. Cheers.
Bro, everyone's calling him a weirdo. L Zionist forcing opinions. Free Palestine. That's so a weird ass owner.
That's not what he said, Matt.
Shalom. Am Yisrael Achai.
He said shout it
Oh,
out.
he hit the
Thank you
Am
guys.
Yisrael Achai too.
Hold on, did he just set
everybody.
Yo, what would Kanye do?
I mean, nothing. I didn't. You don't got to say nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know about what would Kanye do. You can come in. Hold on, I gotta open the door. Ugh. What would Kanye do is crazy. One second, chat. I got my sodas and stuff. It's not tea, it's coffee.
He wanted us to say it. You don't got to say that. I booked the gym.
Imagine, nigga, the gym doors
Nah,
just shut.
I don't like when people put like that shit on you. Either.
Once I start, what you start saying,
crazy. Like, you feel me? Love to everybody, but like, you feel me?
Yo, imagine the doors just shut. It's like, you want to play a game, nigga? This shit is giving me the chills, nigga. Hold on, watch this.
I don't.
They're not gonna kill you, dude. That is funny though. Dude, Israel's PR is so in the pooper is crazy. Israel's PR is so in the dumps, dude. That's crazy. Jason knows more than you, Unk. He ghost wrote 100 Years War in Palestine. Is late in LA coffee will destroy your sleep routine? What are you talking about, man? It's like not even 10 yet. I'm guzzling coffee all morning. I'm trying to stay up. I'm kind of cooked. I'm not going to lie. If you had to guess what percentage of people under 30 are anti-Zionist, I mean, it's an incredible amount. It's legitimately shocking and something that I never thought I would see in my life. And it is perhaps, well, baby F, it is, I will say this much. It's one of the few things that has given me some semblance of hope about things changing around the world in general. Like, straight up. It sucks that so much death and destruction. Your viewers are weird, Jesus. Wait, why? It sucks that so much death and destruction happened in this process. It's unimaginable amounts of cruelty, but I think that I'm basically matching this off of what I know, like what I have seen in my lifetime. And I never, ever in a million years would have ever thought that there would be this much public support for Palestine and Palestinians in general. Anyway, let's get to some funny drama. Elon Musk is lashing out. Trump's staff is furious, but I don't think Trump himself is furious about it. But At first I thought it was Trump that was mad, but then I heard Trump's response. He doesn't care that much. But obviously, AI. Trump is making big waves for a lot of these AI initiatives. They want to be the dominant force for AI around the globe. There's some very scary precedent. There's a very scary precedent there, I think, or there's a very scary reason for it, I think. Before people call me a Luddite, I already covered this. I believe the technological advancements are ultimately good. It's just that technological advancements in this vein are oftentimes created to displace the existing labor force. And I think that's what they're trying to make AI do. The problem is, of course, they really can't, because the AI tools that we have at our disposal so far are nowhere near as complex, or nowhere near as they're just nowhere near as good as the way people think they are, or the way that every AI evangelist claims it is. It's nowhere near the level of intelligence yet that it would necessitate to be able to actually displace wide swaths of the labor force. It also used a tremendous amount of power, obviously, and I've talked about that too. But it's kind of funny that everyone is yelling at Sam Altman for all of his previous lib posting on the platform. They're unearthing all of his older tweets. And I believe even Elon Musk got in on the fun a little bit too, which is crazy because Elon Musk himself was more actively anti-Trump more recently than Sam Altman. A lot of people, I think, forgot because of the shift, but Elon Musk literally wanted Ron DeSantis to be president. Okay? Elon Musk wanted Ron DeSantis to be president. He actually hyped him up, and he said Donald Trump's too old. He's too incompetent to be president. He sucks. And so the girls are fighting, but overall, I think AI as a tool is not necessarily a bad thing. But of course, all technological innovation under capitalism is going to be used to displace the existing labor force. One other note on the surveillance technology. One of the people that obviously one of the people that was formative in this AI investment launch that Donald Trump did was this guy, Larry Ellison of Oracle. And here's what Larry Ellison thinks is wonderful to use AI for.
Police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior.
Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly watching and recording what's going on.
Because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video. So if that altercation that occurred in Memphis, the chief of police would be immediately notified. It's not people that are looking at those cameras. It's AI that's looking at the camera. No. You can't do this. It would be like a shooting. That's going to be immediately, that's going to be an event that's immediately, an alarm is going to go off. It's going to be, and we're going to have supervision. In other words, every police officer is going to be supervised at all times. And the supervision will, and if there's a problem, AI will report the problem and report it to the appropriate authority.
Dude, I'm sorry. This is the most insane thing to say out loud. He's just admitting it. This is what I say. I'm supposed to say this, and then there's supposed to be Vox.com articles written about how hysterical people like me are for the surveillance, the future of surveillance tech with artificial intelligence, right? Liberals are supposed to turn around and be like, no, it's not like that. Here are the many benefits, yada, yada, yada. Meanwhile, this guy openly is like, we are your masters. We are going to constantly surveil you. You are going to be on your best behavior because of this constant surveillance. And we're going to immediately alert the authorities if you do something that we don't like. And that's the future you should look forward to. And he's just outwardly saying it. Like he's not. What is going on? It's kind of shocking that billionaires that are aligned with Donald Trump feel so comfortable to just openly admit that this is their intention. I don't get it. Is it autism? Like, is that what's going on? This guy's like too autistic to realize that like what he's saying sounds terrifying. Is that what it is? Like, what's happening? Like, he's just like, oh yeah, no, it's great. Everyone's going to be an NPC in the future. We're just going to monitor every single thing that you do. And also any matter of discontent will be dealt with through the proper protocols, through the authorities. And now it's way more efficient. There's more here. Hold on. He gets into another part here before this 1 minute and 44 second video ends. He's going to bring up drones too.
Whether it's the sheriff or the chief or whomever, we need to take control of the situation. We have, same thing. We have drones. We just, if there's something going on in a shopping center, and I'll stop. A drone goes out there, get there way faster than a police car. There's no reason for, by the way, high-speed chases. You shouldn't have high-speed chases between cars. You just have a drone follow the car. I mean, it's very, very simple. And the new generation of autonomous drones.
Great. I love that. I love having our autonomous drones monitor the activity of every individual. That sounds awesome. Who could take issue with such a thing? I hate that we are living in the future dystopia now with none of the benefits. No Suckmaster 5000 lifelike robots, no endless amounts of energy that isn't harmful to the environment. None of that, okay? No utopian currencyless, classless, moneyless, borderless society, obviously, of course not. No cyber technology that allows me to like jump over buildings if I see fit. None of that. Just the bad stuff. Just the constant surveillance and a more militant, more efficient, more robotic surveillance state. Yeah. Great. This is movie stuff. He's talking about movie stuff, but like negative things in movies. It's kind of wild that he's talking about the negative aspects that you see in a movie of like a bad future, but he's talking about it positively. He's saying this, and in the same breath will say that the cameras in China are too much or whatever. Yeah, this like implementation of programs like this also begin in places like Gaza and in places like West Bank. Speaking of China, China does have a system similar to this, okay? They do have constant surveillance, and they do also have AI implementation of constant surveillance. They utilize that in Xinjiang. Speaking of China, you know where else they utilize this technology? This Chinese technology? In the West Bank, of course. That's right. Just remember, before people say, Hasan, you never criticize China or whatever, okay? This technology, or a similar version, a more primitive version of this technology, is currently being implemented in the West Bank. And it's actually, the origination is Chinese, for the record. And they literally are, they sold it. They sold this tech to Israel. China did. Soon to be at your Amazon warehouses to monitor your efficiency, if it doesn't exist already. Oh. It's insane, you know? It's just like, it's so awful and so insane to think that this is a good thing or to not be afraid of this. Constantly effing me having mini Fs over and over again. What's happening, Japan? You're supposed to be better than this, Japan. It's not a major F, chat. Calm down. It's a mini F. Why do people say it's a major F when it's not? It literally goes in and out for a second. Am I crazy? Because it just goes completely black for like 1 second, maximum 2. Holy, I got scared because the entire screen went black. Complete darkness. I'm sorry, I left you alone. You are being gaslit, bro. 1 second without you is too long, King. True. Anyway. You lied on China? That's why Israel's working with America on the big tech project you mentioned? Really? Because I wasn't talking about the new AI tools that Google was rushing to sell to Israel's military. I never said that America is not trying to sell AI tools to Israel. I simply stated that China did implement AI-backed surveillance technology in the West Bank. They sold it. You should search that and you will find it. It's ironic because the American government, I believe, the American government, because it was like, because they were on their pro-Muslim arc against the Uyghurs, literally said that this was unacceptable. Yeah, Hikvision. There it is. Cameras made by Hikvision, which is blacklisted in the U.S., blanket the occupied West Bank. What? Like, you think, dude, you think I'm just, look, I'm honest. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know why you want me to, what your expectation is here. Anyway, hog vision in the US. But yeah, the girls are fighting. Our AI overlords are fighting. Also, we're going to talk about Elon Musk's Costco double down moment. Okay. We got that coming up too. But before we do that, I did want to talk about Donald Trump's involvement with Saudi Arabia real quick, because this is a really good video.
Presidential election. Donald Trump appeared at a UFC event, flanked by bullet-headed UFC CEO Dana White.
Bullet-headed.
And Elon Musk, who had just spent $270 million electing Trump. But there was another person there who wielded as much influence and wealth as pretty much anyone alive. Yasser al-Rumayyan, the head of the Public Investment Fund, the Saudi state-run sovereign wealth fund, which controls about $930 billion. Al-Rumayyan could claim some degree of ownership of practically everyone and everything around him that November night. From UFC, which was planning some splashy events for Saudi Arabia, to Elon Musk, whose companies had long been recipients of Saudi investment capital, and Trump himself, a stalwart Saudi ally whose political, economic, and family interests had come to depend on Saudi largesse.
It's clear that Saudi Arabia has been investing in Trump and Trump world for a long time.
I love the Saudis. Many are in this building.
Lobbyists representing the Saudi government paid for an estimated 500 rooms at President Trump's D.C. hotel.
The Live Golf Invitational.
The Saudi-backed golf tour.
At the Trump National Doral.
Have a good time, everybody. They buy apartments from me. They spend 40 million, 50 million.
Trump Tower, Jeddah.
Am I supposed to dislike them? I like them very much.
And foreign governments, they understand. They're dealing with the transactional president.
Crown Prince, thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
And now, as we head into a second Trump administration, the question is, what more do they want?
How would you describe the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia?
I think it's fine, but with me it will be GREAT, great.
The host of the FIFA World Cup 2034 will be Saudi Arabia.
What we're seeing with Saudi Arabia is unprecedented because of the sheer amount of money that they put in.
Kareem Zidane is an investigative sports journalist.
They're investing in absolutely everything.
Al Ramayan's appearance at the UFC fight wasn't just about Trump. Sports have become a key part of Saudi Arabia's investment and influence peddling strategy. Kareem and his colleagues at...
I think this is a lot better. Right? In terms of the background, I feel like this looks a lot better, right? Yeah, it's just like it was just too blasted. But I'll keep it on and when it's, you know, dark out in the mornings because I think it's a cool background. But this is like, you know, it was too blown up. So turn it around, the sun in your face. No, the background, I wanted the background to look cool. But just join. Why are you streaming from an undisclosed location? I'm hiding from the authorities.
Play the game mapped over 910 sponsorships from Saudi entities in 2024 across the globe. There's the ownership of the Premier League's Newcastle United, the creation of Live Golf, a competitor to the PGA Tour, sponsorship
Sports
for the Women's
washing.
Tennis Association, backing Formula One's Aston Martin. There's MMA, esports, equestrianism, wrestling, cycling, billiards, and a potential new venture into boxing.
As a matter of fact, it might be easier to list the sports that Saudi Arabia hasn't invested in. Honestly, I can't think of one at the moment.
The Saudis would call it investing. Others call it sports washing.
Sports washing is the deployment of sports as a means of reputation laundering. When countries use sports and major sports events, for example, to distract from human rights abuses. When Saudi Arabia invests in sports, it's really looking for geopolitical influence. It's looking to recraft its own global image. It might not reap the most significant monetary returns, but I don't think that's what they're interested in from sports. They're looking at influence, and I think they're doing a damn good job about it, as much as I don't want to say that.
And this is happening with other Saudi investments too.
What's your take on the unabashed expansion of the Saudi investment fund into Silicon Valley?
In 2016, then Deputy Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS, made a well-publicized trip to Silicon Valley.
The charm offensive. One of the things that he did also was get glazed up by The Atlantic. The editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, of course, is a former Israeli prison guard and was totally on board with the peace offensive, the charm offensive, as they called it.
By 2018, Saudi Arabia was the single largest investor in U.S. startups. But where was that money going, and what was it doing? Let me give you an example. Twitter. When Twitter was a public firm, the Saudi Kingdom Holding Company was its largest outside shareholder, owning a bigger part than even co-founder and longtime CEO Jack Dorsey. But it wasn't just a financial relationship, as I've covered in my reporting. Twitter has long been an important place for the Saudi government to propagandize on behalf of MBS's economic program, flood Saudi-related discussions with posts from pro-regime trolls, and track and harass dissidents, some of whom have been doxxed, arrested, and tortured. In 2014, Twitter's leadership learned that a key MBS advisor was running a spy ring inside Twitter's San Francisco headquarters. Twitter never publicly...
Under liberal control, by the way. Don't forget. Under liberal control, by the way. Make no mistake. Okay? Under a liberal administration, under liberal control, all of this was happening. So that's why you have to remember when I say why I say American foreign policy is uniparty, okay?
Accounted for its role in fostering the Saudi spy ring. Jack Dorsey enjoyed a chummy meeting with MBS just 6 months after the Twitter CEO had been told by the FBI that his company had an espionage problem. They weaponized their investment.
By the way, dude, I mean, okay, brief moment here. Even the Pepsi is cooler in Japan. Normal thing in Japan, Pog. Doesn't taste too bad either.
Used it to spy on, target, and harass critics. And they did it all without any consequences. And their investment continues today.
Let's fight.
So back to the fight. And another...
BDS? It's not BDS, man. Shut up. God damn, won't even let me drink my freaking awful version that got... The good thing, Diet Coke was... Diet Coke got banned, okay? Diet Coke is BDS, unfortunately, which sucks because I love Diet Coke. Now I'm drinking Pepsi and you're still yelling at me.
Other guest, Elon Musk. When Twitter went private under Musk, Kingdom Holding Company rolled its shares into the new private entity and became its second largest investor after Musk. But Twitter wasn't the only tech giant receiving backing from the Saudis. In April 2023, HasanAbi, the venture capital arm of the Saudi Public Investment Fund, did something surprising. It published a list of dozens of American venture capital and private equity firms it had partnered with, showing just how widely the kingdom's money was being spread around. Tech, AI, surveillance, media. But the influence purchasing campaign doesn't end in Silicon Valley.
I would like to bring up the CEO of Affinity Partners and former senior advisor to the White House, Jared Kushner.
That's Jared Kushner, the husband of Trump's daughter, Ivanka. He served as a senior advisor in the first Trump administration and was everywhere. And by all accounts, he had a lot of influence on his father-in-law. But he's known for one thing above all else.
It seemed as if from the get-go that Jared Kushner...
He's a brilliant mind, one of the top minds of statecraft here, okay? So good. Did you get billions of dollars from the Saudis? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Was charged with cultivating the relationship with the Saudis.
Virginia Cantor is Chief Ethics Counsel at Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington.
It appears to be that at the end of the administration, the payoff was a $2 billion investment in this investment fund.
Just months after leaving the White House in 2021, Kushner's newly minted investment group, Affinity Partners, secured a $2 billion commitment from the Saudi Public Investment Fund, or PIF. The news raised a lot of eyebrows.
Some next-level sleaze and grift going on right in front of our eyes.
This is just putting a price tag on American foreign policy.
I've been in this business 40 years. This is
Jake is just Islamophobic. That's why he's saying it. Make no mistake. Jake Tapper, the one time Jake Tapper is going to be against American interests is because one, it's Trump doing it, and two, because he's anti-Trump. And two, more importantly, it's because he's doing business deals with Muslims. He can't have that.
Extraordinary, unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it.
The reason it was so egregious.
Jake Tapper's not even pro-Israel. He just hates Muslims. He just comes across like he's pro-Israel because he's just genuinely hates Muslims so much. That's what it is.
He had no experience in that field.
The panel responsible for screening potential PIF investments reportedly voiced serious concerns about Kushner's lack of experience. But the board was overridden by MBS, the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia. That news raised even more eyebrows.
Isn't that a nice story of friendship?
Things you do for your bros?
MBS proved to be a close ally to Kushner in the first Trump administration, working closely with him on various Middle East diplomatic negotiations. They worked so closely, in fact, that MBS reportedly told others he had Kushner in his pocket.
It appears to be a payoff based on Mr. Kushner's dealings with the Saudi government and particularly MBS during the Trump administration.
A Senate investigation found that Kushner's fund raked in $157 million in management fees, all while generating no return on investment for his clients. Jared, of course, sees no problems with the $2 billion transaction.
For my critics, what I say is point to a single decision we made that wasn't in the interest.
To my critics, I say, do you have $2 billion? No, I didn't think so. That's right. To my critics, I say, get your money up, not your funny up, okay? Sorry, shouldn't have been at the Istanbul embassy, okay? Wrong place, wrong time. Sometimes you get chopped up.
Of America.
Okay, I'll point to one. How about letting an ally kill a Washington Post columnist, Jared?
What was really troubling about the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi, there was every indication.
Oh, whatever, dude. $2 billion again, 2 billion. Just saying, 2 billion.
That it was carried out by the Saudis.
Also, fake news. He was doing fake news. Who cares? Washington Post. This is ironic. This is funny because, like, this is also part of the reason why, you know, the Jeff Bezos MBS fallout happened too. Like, this is part of the reason why the Jeff Bezos MBS fallout happened. They were buddies. they were homies. And then MBS hacked his phone. MBS killed Jamal Khashoggi. Jeff Bezos was like, "What are you doing? That's a journalist that you just killed from my newspaper. You can't do that." And then MBS was like, "Hey, check this out. Boom. Pegasus software in your phone. All of a sudden, now the entire world's got your news, Jeffrey. Now your entire world's got the news, Jeffrey. Oh, you were trying to fuck on ladies. You were trying to cheat on your wife. Guess what? Now everybody knows. Okay? Now everybody knows. That leads to one of the most expensive divorces of all time, obviously, between Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos and his wife. It's just like a very funny chain of events that took place from the Jamal Khashoggi assassination. That, like, two homies, you hate to see two homies fall apart like this. You know what I mean? Over one critical assassination of an American journalist. Like, what? He's Saudi too, you know? Wait, that's why he was divorced? Yes. You want to know why you don't know about this? Even though it was, like, kind of mentioned in the media? Because Jeff Bezos literally did everything in its power to stamp it out. Okay? Every like newspaper, Daily Mail style newspaper that wrote about it had private investigators. Jeff Bezos was like, "Oh yeah, you're going to write about this story about, you know, all of this, all this embarrassing details. Guess what, dude? Have fun." He hired a private security contractor and literally monitored every single journalist and editorial staff member that dared to write about the story, which is part of the reason why there wasn't a lot of coverage on the story. I mean, it obviously got out there. It was a big deal. It's Jeff Bezos getting a fucking divorce after having a fallout with MBS and possibly having MBS, like, you know, literally hack his phone. But that's the reason why many of you are probably shocked and you're hearing about this for the first time ever. What a crazy story. Pegasus, of course, is the Israeli surveillance software that MBS used against Jeff Bezos, an American billionaire. And yeah, but since then, Jeff Bezos also got hit with the Dominican Ray, just like Mark Zuckerberg, and he's fine now. He's brolic. He trains. He's got his hot young thing. his age-appropriate wife, or not age-appropriate wife, age-appropriate girlfriend, you know? That's my goat, my king. What's NBS? MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, that guy right there. That guy who killed this guy right here.
Basically, you know, Kushner and President Trump gave MBS a pass by virtue of not, you know, calling them out.
Because it's America first for me.
That definitely set the tone for how they were going to deal with human rights violations by the Saudis. And it wasn't just that, there were other incidents.
And the list is a long one. There is the use of his second presidential veto,
a resolution putting an end to the U.S. military involvement in Yemen,
allowing continued U.S. support to the Saudi-backed war in Yemen. There's his abandonment of the Iran nuclear deal.
The United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal.
Saudi Arabia views Iran as one of its biggest enemies and, you know, was very much adverse to the Obama negotiated Iran nuclear deal. And, you know, that was disrupted as part of the Trump administration.
There's the $110 billion Kushner negotiated arms deal between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia.
There was a blockade involving Qatar.
The president today siding with the Saudis. The crisis critical to the U.S. Qatar, home to a key U.S. base with 8,000 U.S. service members.
And so this
Did you hear about the Candace Owens and Nashville school shooting connection by chance? I know you've been wrapped up in Trump stuff and traveling. Not sure you saw it. Yeah, he was a black white supremacist whose brain has been warped by 4chan. And I think in his manifesto, he even made a mention of me, but failed to write my name correctly, thank God, and said he was radicalized by Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, me, Destiny, and also Markiplier and Mr. Beast. A lot of it is trolling. A lot of it is the trolls of an insane person. He basically mentioned like a bunch of YouTubers. No, I don't think it's fake. He said that he was backed by r/Markiplier. He was an extremely online kid who obviously was insanely mentally ill, and most likely actually trafficked in the same Discord servers that remember the Telegram group that we talked about? The Telegram group that we talked about? I think he was also part of that orbit a little bit. But yeah, he was out of his mind and also very much like a insane 4chan groiper. Anyway. A black white supremacist. What is a groiper for us older viewers? It's just a term for extremely online Nazis, as they call themselves. It's kind of like the Pepe the Frog, but a different version of it, a modified version of it. How does the Telegram still exist? Probably 20 feds next to some school shooters. I don't understand how we just have no way. And he also live streamed the incident on Kick. I just don't understand how we have no way of dealing with like this level of like very obvious grooming happening by insane Nazis. And it's like international too. It is an international Telegram group called Telegram that straight up just grooms mentally ill people into doing like terror attacks like this. And meanwhile, the government is like invested in, I don't know, deporting students who are saying they're pro-Palestine. It's so psychotic to me that like you if you're a Nazi, you could just do whatever the fuck you want, dude. I swear to God. Like, it is actually insane that white nationalist neo-Nazis have done so many mass shootings now. So many. Nonstop. Like, at what point will the government go, hey, maybe we should, like, clamp down on this a little bit? Oh, black white supremacist not heard at all? Yeah, if you see the manifesto, you'll understand what I mean. He writes exactly like a person whose brain has been warped by 4chan and then I don't know, whatever subsequent Discord servers he went into to lose his mind completely. He says he calls himself the N-word with a hard R a million times over, says like black people are inferior genetically and that he's embarrassed. He also calls himself an honorary Yakubian. Just an insane person. Let's continue.
Unprecedented closeness is being interpreted in a new light since the 2021 investment from the Saudis to the one person who always has Trump's ear.
Is it both a reward for how Kushner guided the Trump administration's foreign policy regarding Saudi Arabia in the past administration? And does it look like a payoff for how he can influence President-elect Trump in his future dealings with the Saudi Arabia?
Kushner has said he won't take a formal role in the second administration, but reportedly...
Dr. Yaqub, in Nation of Islam ideology, it's Dr. Yaqub is a black scientist with a massive brain, and he invented white people and tricknology. It's ridiculous. Okay, come on. And that person is not being serious when they mention Yaqub. They're memeing, which is kind of crazy to say. It's trolling. Everything is trolling. These are like suicidal, nihilistic losers who have their brains completely broken by some semblance of community they get from neo-Nazi Discord servers who have nothing to lose at that point in their own estimation. And they turn around and you know, do insane stuff like this. Like he mentioned it multiple times where he was like, he wanted to kill himself, but then, you know, he thought this would be even better to do so. And now in the process, he shot 2 girls, killed one, and the other one is in critical condition. And it's wild because, like, after the first femcell shooter, people literally were like, hey, this guy is probably also going to do a shooting. You should look into this. There were people on Twitter that were like actively posting about this guy. At FBI, you guys going to do something or let this go under the fucking radar again? Unless every shooting is a psyop and planned under your control, then you guys should arrest this R word. This person says, responding to the guy who did another shooting. He's also Mercanius. Holy moly. Thank you for the 50 bomb. Jesus Christ. Let's finish this video and I'll get into it.
Looking to be an informal advisor on Middle East matters, and the investments in Trump world haven't stopped.
And the primary financial backer of Leave Gulf is the Sovereign Wealth Fund. And they engaged in deals with the various Trump golf courses. And it's pretty clear, you know, when you have his sons going overseas in this transition period to lock down deals, it's a way of signaling that Trump is open for business. And if you want to be favored, you better be first in line.
When you have someone like Trump, he tends to take the existing corruption in Washington and just turns it up to 11.
Matt Duss is Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy.
Mohammed bin Salman, when he visited the Oval Office, and Trump pulled out that famous poster with all the different weapons that were on sale as if it was, you know, the side of a good humor truck. Here are all the various ice cream and delicious treats that are on sale.
$3 billion, $533 million, $525 million. That's peanuts for you.
And that was funny, but it was also, I think, a great demonstration of how Trump.
Someone actually brought up a really interesting point. This is so infuriating. Right-wing conspiracy theories should be all over this shit. And that's a really interesting point that you just brought up. Right-wing conspiracy and all matter of conspiracy theories are bubblegum. They operate as a distraction, so you don't actually focus on the real actors conspiring, not in theory, but actually conspiring. This is it's alluring, it's interesting, but don't you find it very strange that conspiracy theorists oftentimes fail to comprehend the real conspiracy happening right in front of their eyes? I mean, even think about capitalism. Think about capitalism. You can sell the concept of capitalism as a conspiracy theory if you wanted to, but it's not enough. People don't want to operate on the assumption that people are just motivated by self-interest and the system is designed to churn out these results, and that all of these dealings are not happening behind closed doors, but instead happening in broad daylight in front of your eyes at Davos, at the World Economic Forum, and places like that. But that's the whole point of conspiracy theories in general. Okay? It operates as a distraction from the actual people conspiring. That's it. And also, I mean, there's obviously like partisan zealotry at play here as well. What do I mean by this? Think about Donald Trump having the Oracle CEO talk about doing mRNA vaccine research with AI. Why are people not yelling about that? Why are the anti-vaxxers freaking out about that? That's crazy. Donald Trump, who also was responsible for Operation Warp Speed, mind you.
Think about this. It's just a relationship based on, okay, what are you going to buy from us? What are we going to get from this?
Since 1945, the Saudi-U.S. relationship has been defined by a superpower's willingness to overlook pretty much anything its oil-rich ally did. The U.S. got another military foothold in a sensitive region and influence over global energy markets. But this alliance between an unmatched global hegemon and a repressive theocracy has corrupted both sides.
I mean, there were problems with this relationship going back many years, just as there are more deep-seated problems in the way our foreign policy and our policy in general is formulated. The various avenues of influence that very, very wealthy interests have. And I think the influence that the Saudi regime has been able to garner is a reflection of that much bigger problem.
Not enough orb photos, but other than that, fantastic coverage. A lot of friends of the show were on it too, which is interesting. Anyway, the orb photo. Oh, come on, dude. You haven't seen the orb photo? What? Are we crazy? How have you not seen the orb photo, man? What are you talking about? Bro. You've never seen this? This is the first time you're seeing this? This is from the first administration, the first time Trump was president. It's so awesome, dude. It quite literally is like, they're visiting Saruman. Leave him alone. I love this. It's so villainous. The aura. The aura is so villainous. Oh, speaking of which, by the way, in the process of Elon Musk doubling down, tripling down, a lot of funny things have occurred. Here, we're going to talk about that. As you guys know, the ADL, Apartheid Defense League, immediately defended the apartheid. No matter who's a defender of apartheid, the ADL is there to do PR for you. And they said, this is a delicate moment. If you recall, after Elon Musk sig heiled, not once, but twice, on a massive stage on Trump's inauguration, they defended him because they're, well, I guess, you know, they're open about their bankruptcy. Another person that ran to Elon Musk's defense was genocidaire, Nazi himself, Benjamin Netanyahu. He wrote a long piece on Twitter. Elon Musk is falsely being smeared. Elon is a great friend of Israel. He visited Israel after October 7th massacre in which Hamas terrorists committed the worst atrocity against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. He has since repeatedly and forcefully supported Israel's right to defend itself against genocidal terrorists and regimes who seek to annihilate the one and only Jewish state. I thank him for this. Okay? Which is really cool because Benjamin Netanyahu saying that this person is not a Nazi is just further evidence that he definitely is a Nazi. Okay? Benjamin Netanyahu is a genocidal fascist who famously did Holocaust revisionism. For those of you who don't know, he very famously once said, Hitler didn't want to kill the Jews. It was actually the Palestinian Grand Mufti that convinced Adolf Hitler to kill the Jews. Hitler just wanted to transfer the Jews, do a population transfer for the Jews, which is so crazy and so untrue because Hitler was very open about wanting to kill the Jews. Okay, so that's number one. But yeah, you got Satan Yahoo over here, wanted by the International Criminal Court for doing a genocide, being like, yeah, no, this guy's not a Nazi. But what's really funny, what's additionally funny is that Benjamin Netanyahu is also very famously aligned himself with out and about right-wing reactionary nationalist and anti-Semitic figures all over Europe. So that's why this doesn't, like, this post from Benjamin Netanyahu proves the exact opposite of what he was trying to do. If you are even remotely familiar with Benjamin Netanyahu's game, then you should immediately go, oh, this is further evidence that this motherfucker might be a Nazi. Okay? Anyway, so that's funny. But hey, guess what? Elon Musk, being the troll that he is, has been nonstop doubling down, tripling down. But before we get to that, there was one person, Sam Kuffel, a meteorologist for a local news station, that actually criticized Elon Musk's sig heiling on her social media account, on her personal social media account. She got fired for that, which is really interesting to think because here's Elon Musk. If you are unfairly treated by your employer due to posting or liking something on this platform, we will fund your legal bill. No limit. Please let us know. I wonder if Elon Musk will fund her legal bill. Probably not. Elon Musk has since then posted an endless amount. Okay. The recommendation algorithm on this platform sucks. I want to talk to the manager right now. He's trolling. If I see one more damn Nazi salute in my feed, I'm going to lose my mind. This algorithm sucks. Okay. Oh, I don't even care. I don't even care about you guys constantly posting me Sig Heiling. I don't care at all. Except he also, once again, like I said, doubled down, tripled down, did the quintuple down. Okay. KFC double down style. All right. Let's take a look at what, I mean, he posts so much. But here, let's take a look at what some of the things he posted about him not being a Nazi, definitely. Okay. He's Austrian too, talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger, which is really gross for him to say that about, especially Arnold, who has openly talked about his father or his grandfather, I believe, or was it his father, and his ideology and how disgusted he was by it. He posted this 9 minutes ago. If I see one more damn Nazi salute in my feed, I'm going to lose my mind. 22 minutes ago. Did anyone accuse President Macron of being a Nazi? He said, seriously? Okay. Where is it? Oh, in between, he posted about South African farmers are in grave danger now that the expropriation bill has been signed into law. Land can now be confiscated with no compensation. He's talking about, he's defending the white South African farmers in between. The allegations that he's not a Nazi. Okay. Where is the thing that I wanted to find? Oh, he was doing Nazi puns. Here it is. Don't say Hess to Nazi accusations. Some people will Goebbels anything down. Stop gurring your enemies. His pronouns would have been he/Himmler. Bet you did not see that coming. Good one, bro. You're killing it. Oh, he also had this. Me, how many radical leftists does it take to screw in a light bulb? Radical leftists, that's not funny. Me, laughing, crying. I don't even, like, this is frustrating for an entirely different reason. I don't think people understand. One, that's not how this joke structure works. And two, I hate how fucking stupid people are that they just go, click, that's hilarious, my good sir. Like the energy that oozes out of someone that actually thinks this is hilarious grosses me out so much. I can't even begin to explain this to you. There's something so pathetic about being this servile being in 2025, the year of our holy Lord, and looking at like the types of memes that Elon Musk posts and going, ha, another hilarious one, my good sir. Like, I think aside from how cringe this is, like it's cringe, whatever. It's silly, it's stupid, it's cringe, who cares? But like the impact, I think, comes from more people being on board with this type of humor. This is dumber than 2012 YouTuber Nazi weirdos trying to act like they weren't Nazis. Yeah. Anyway, this ended up actually... This tweet was the one where the ADL had to step in. Okay. Jonathan Greenblatt, we've said it hundreds of times before and we will say it again. The Holocaust was a singularly evil event and it is inappropriate and offensive to make light of it. At Elon Musk, the Holocaust is not a joke. And then the ADL quote retweeted is, you know, he runs the account, obviously. Making inappropriate and highly offensive jokes that trivialize the Holocaust not only serve to minimize the evil and inhumanity of Nazi crimes, denigrate the suffering of both victims and survivors, and insult the memory of the 6 million Jews murdered in the Shoah. How are you going to defend him Sig Heiling publicly and then turn around and be like, well, this was a bridge too far? I just don't get it. Yeah, I know. When I saw this when he first tweeted it out, it 100%. It 100% is because he saw the tweet going viral. Cinemarxism viral tweet at 70,000 likes about your tweet. This is really not that hard to understand. Nazis and Zionists are both ethno-nationalists. They both want the world to be segregated by ethnicity through national borders. Elon is objectively both and comes from a long line of ethno-nationalist apartheid supporters. God damn, Cinemarxism. What a banger. Visegrad, the state of the far left. Stupid. I, for one, personally think being an actual Nazi and doing unlimited Nazi propaganda on the platform that you bought after unbanning every Nazi and continuously doing discourse with Nazis and hyping them up and giving them higher visibility is perhaps infinitely more offensive than doing Holocaust puns. You know, that's just me. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like offering material support to Nazis and giving them a ground to operate on as the owner of a major social media platform, I feel like that's probably worse than trying to make a joke about, Nazis or whatever, which is like such a shit joke to begin with. It's just so cringe and bad. By the way, this genuinely radicalized my mom. I noticed she was due to get APAC mail today and asked her if she would continue to donate to APAC and ADL since they didn't condemn Elon. She told me, I realize now that you were right. These organizations' top priority isn't anti-Semitism. I'm still in shock. Thank you for helping me with this and finally giving me the ability to get through to her. I mean, I didn't do that. The ADL did that with their moral bankruptcy in full display. Haha, seething pussy. The fuck you talking about? Hyping up Nazis, you're lost. Elon Musk, up until the H-1B visa debacle, had very openly and very famously communicated with prominent Nazi accounts on the platform. People that like deny the Holocaust numbers, Holocaust revisionists, people who are out and about anti-Semites. Elon Musk himself very famously had to go to Auschwitz and do a oopsie session and then go to Israel immediately after because he replied to a dude. He replied to a dude who had said, oh my God, he's back. Oh, he's doing it again. The majority of young people in Germany have migrant backgrounds and no major city has a native majority under 16 anymore, but pointing it out is hate speech. Elon Musk responded to him saying, wow, that account, by the way, has said stuff like this. Why do they always have to migrate to white countries, though? Let neighboring countries take them in. Access to our country is not a human right. Look at all the wonderful people that Elon Musk is collabing with. Wow. Asmongold doing race science again in defense now. Make clips sub only, so it's through Quinn.
So 4chan is right. You are a Jew. Well, we'll get to that.
My Jew brother. My Jew brother.
I do want to make one thing
Shalom.
abundantly clear.
Is Quinn Jewish?
You will not find that on my early life Wikipedia part, okay? I'm German.
Oh, what the hell?
The opposite.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no, what the hell? Oh, what the hell? He's the enemy. He's the enemy. He's the enemy. Not Shalom, my brother.
Get that out of your fucking head.
Oh, what the hell?
Get that
That's
out of
not
your...
true.
Get the idea that I'm Jewish out of your fucking head. Dude, listen. So here's the thing. Once again, dangerous territory. I keep saying this. I keep repeating this. I'm going to do it again and again and again. Okay? Right now, it seems like Asman is getting rewarded. Asman might think, oh, I'm getting a lot of admiration, a lot of praise. I'm getting a lot of views in this process. Things seem to be good. Things can turn around very quickly. I don't know why. Asman entertains this stuff and says thoughtless things when there's a lot of attention and a lot of eyeballs on him, especially immediately after his mods were posting about how like, oh, if you want to do salutes, come join our Discord, or you know, things like the Holocaust. I'm 99% sure it happened. Like, these are the types of things that you say. These are the types of things that you say when you're being a little too edgy. Okay? When you might think like, oh, I'm untouchable or I'm being edgy, but you're going to get in trouble. And even if you don't, your entire community is going to turn into fucking Nazis. It's going to be infested if it hasn't been already. This is, you know, it's just ridiculous. Bro, Asman could do a Nazi salute and you say, guys, I don't think he's a Nazi, though. I mean, for me, from where I'm standing, it doesn't necessarily matter if he is personally, ideologically invested in Nazi ideology versus entertaining it, because at this point, you have opened up your environment to Nazis. Like you are giving them. You're giving them a space to occupy and to operate. It doesn't matter. Like, your intention at that point doesn't matter at all. Okay? Like, it very quickly moves from haha, we're just being edgy here to like, holy shit. And I think it's you know, virtually there. So there's no difference. There's no difference in that regard. You're normalizing heinous shit. He said he hates them and his grandpa fought against them. Are you going to ignore that? No, I'm not. But my point is, I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say here. Right after he said, I'm pretty sure the Holocaust is 99%. Like, I'm 99% sure the Holocaust happened. Right? Right after that, he said, no, it definitely happened. Okay? But the fact that you said the 99% thing and people clipped you on that is definitely going to garner the attention of a lot of shitheads. And whether you are voluntarily doing that with the full knowledge that it's going to garner the attention of a lot of Nazis and they're going to think like, oh, this is a great fucking environment for me to exist in, or not, doesn't matter, because the outcome is still the same. Okay? Just like he says, I hate Nazis and my grandfather fought against Nazis right after this clip, is still, once again, not going to be shown to people. Okay? The only part of this conversation that will remain is the initial part. Okay? Like, you're courting Nazis at that point. That's what you're doing. Aren't there German Jews? Yes. So as far as the joke structure, as far as the joke goes, obviously saying I'm the opposite of a Jew. I'm German. That's a ridiculous statement to make, because the fuck, there's German Jews, or there were German Jews during the Holocaust. And you're courting communists, though? Yeah, of course I am. The fuck? That's the difference, though. I don't give a shit. Yeah, of course I am. It's great. Yeah, you got a problem with that? Yeah, 100%. Yes, dude. I am doing that. Anyway, the irony of the statement saying I'm not, from an American's perspective, an American might think it's like a funny joke, right? In that moment, like, I'm the opposite of a Jew. I'm German, right? But the irony is that's what the Nazis thought as well. They were like, oh, the Jews, they're not German. That's like kind of the underlying principle of the whole endeavor. You know? Being German and Jewish is not antithetical to one another. I think if you was president for 24 hours, you would abuse your powers. I would. Absolutely. You want to know what I would do? I would absolutely abuse my powers. 1,000,000%. Okay? Eminent domain. The entire country is going to be webbed with high-speed rail. Okay? First and foremost, Medicare for all. Number one, Medicare for all. It's done. Healthcare, no longer for profit. Okay? We're implementing the largest building initiative you've ever seen. We're changing the U.S. military into basically a construction job. Okay? Instead of carrying around heavy equipment to go and like kill, I don't know, 17-year-old brown children overseas, now you're lugging all that shit to build houses. We're building public housing. Okay? We're building public housing everywhere in major cities. And also, if you are a billionaire and you have an issue with this, you're going to jail. Okay? If you're a billionaire and you're like, oh no, I stand to lose a lot of my profits. Like, I know that this would be really beneficial for the public overall, but, I stand to lose a lot of money here. Jail for you. Sorry. And it's not like bad jail, because obviously we've restructured the jails to focus on rehabilitation rather than, torturing people. But you're going to jail, right? Network of high-speed rail. Healthcare is for profit. Healthcare is no longer for profit, but for free. Okay? And public housing instantly. If you're a groiper, if you're in a Discord server where they're talking about white nationalism or whatever, Insta job program, okay? You're going to the countryside. You have to work the land. You have to make ends. You have to basically work with your hands and toil the soil for at least like half of a year, okay? For at least. Until you're normal and come back and return to society, civilized society. Student loans, I don't even know what that is. It's gone. College, supposed to be free. We want to make sure that every single member of American society is as educated as possible. Improving the literacy rates is incredibly important. Making sure, abolish private education, 100%. Take all of those resources, put it back into public education. Okay, you have to be in a union to participate in the endeavor of teaching, and there is no other alternative. Sanction Israel. You mean isn't real? It's gone, okay? It's called Palestine now. One state. Everybody has equal rights. Everybody has equal representation. It's secular. I would get assassinated so fast, dude. Even I would be killed literally 3 seconds in. Diet Coke button. Well, since it's no longer a problem, obviously BDS no longer has to exist. So yes, I can have a Diet Coke button again. Nationalization of the extraction industry. This is our land. These are our resources. We immediately nationalize the extraction industry in its entirety. Okay. No more fossil fuel giants. Okay. All of that is under the control of the federal government. Now, what do we do with the actual profits that come from that process? Because there's still going to be profits. We work on R&D initiatives to move American energy infrastructure away from harmful fossil fuel production to renewable energies, to make sure that we have battery technology that is competent and that is competitive. Not actually, no competition, okay? Collaboration. With who? The Chinese. Weapons manufacturers, gone. No more weapons manufacturing. Policy on DPRK and the unjustifiable blockade allowed the DPRK to engage in formal talks with South Korea, Korea unification in my lifetime, and they are no longer, obviously, a hyper-capitalist dystopia being used as a weapon against all matter of like Soviet or all matter of socialist influence coming from China now in the region. And all of a sudden, they're actually a socialist utopia as well. Anyway. All right, let's do this. Asking Maga about Elon Musk's salute at the DC inauguration. Let's see what they had to say.
Elon Musk just gave the Sig Heil, and MAGA hasn't been told what to think about it yet. So I'm going to just ask them what they think about it. Let's get an honest reaction. Hey, look at this. Did you see this? Did you see that? Yep. Elon Musk, he's talking. Is it Trump's?
Okay. What was he saying?
I mean, what can you be saying? What is there to be said at that point?
Oh, I don't know. The rocket's shooting off into space, and he's like,
that cope is incredible, dude. Oh, I love that. I love that. Rockets. When the rockets are shooting into space, that's what he was doing. Yes, that's right. He was waving at a waiter. It's a waiter. He was trying to say, "Garçon, garçon, please."
Went, my heart goes out to you. Oh, okay, my heart goes out to you.
All right, that's cool.
Interesting.
That's
Heart's
going out.
Yeah, flying out.
What do we think of this?
My heart goes out to you.
Look, right, and then he goes like this. He goes.
I have no idea. That looks like AI to me.
But what if it was real?
What if it was real? I don't know.
What if it was real?
Yeah, I have no idea what that is. It looks fake, though.
It looks fake? So I'm trying to get people's reaction. What do you think about that?
You want me to read it?
No. What do you think about it? Look at
just Elon in general?
Elon, no, look at.
His hand signal?
The hand signal.
Yeah. He's a Texas Longhorn fan.
It's I mean, come on.
Come on.
What do you think about that?
He's in Texas.
Oh,
He's
that's
a Longhorn fan.
He's a Longhorn fan.
Yeah, see.
You guys here for the inauguration?
Yes, sir.
Look at this. What do we think about this?
No interview.
No, it's a heart. It's a heart.
It's a heart?
I know you're fake news. I know.
You're fake news, yes.
I know you're fake news. It's a heart.
Listen, if you see someone with the Sig Heil, it's just they're trying to let you know that their heart goes out to you. If someone's in your neighborhood, they're marching, and they do the Sig Heil, you know, it means their heart is going out to you. What do we think about this? Look at this. Look at that.
I love him. I love him so much. And he's going
You don't think that's weird, though, the thing? You don't think that's weird to go like that?
No, I don't think he's... What are you talking about?
Look.
You know the hand off. But look. Hands and look the light. What doesn't mean the light? Power. Better. He has the power of the United
States. Well, it is about power. We can agree on that. Yes. It is definitely.
Did you see the light? It's power.
It is about power. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I agree. Yeah. What do you think about Elon's performance here?
Let me guess. He puts his arm up. Is that what you're going to show?
What? Come on. What do we think about this?
He knew already. He knew what was coming already. Have you considered some people don't know exactly what the salute looks like? No, I haven't considered that. And no, that's not rewind. No, I've been listening. I've been listening and I've been watching. I'm in the room, chat. No, I haven't considered that because everyone knows what that is. That's crazy. It is. No, I didn't miss the lady saying it was AI. That's just copium. At least that lady is more honest that she realized initially that this was a bad look. From the people that brought you, everyone is a socialist, including Nancy Pelosi and Jeff Bezos, is no from the people that brought you, everyone's a socialist, comes no one is a Nazi, even people who Sig Heil, who were simply not Sig Heiling. Yeah, these are the people that see demonic symbols in literally everything. But God forbid. It's so many of those people probably saw the LeBron James like doing like hand gestures and went, that's satanic. He's a demon of Satan. Which I understand because he balls so freaking hard. Like, I get it. He's 40 years old and he's still dunking on motherfuckers. Like, I would think that there's like something afoot as well. But like, these are the people that think everything is satanic. But when Elon is doing a Sig Heil, they're like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Calm down now. What? New Japan collab? Kanye West and Kai Cenat in Japan?
Listen, I'm very good motherfucking dude, okay? And listen, I think he'll be open on the stream. Listen. I think he'll be open for the stream. Okay? Like, it's like if I had to say a percentage, is that probably like 90%, my nigga. Like, dead ass, we've been talking almost every day, and he's been highly responsive. It's crazy, my nigga. Never would I thought I'd be able to say that, bro. Never would I thought I'd be able to say that. You feel me? Never would I be able to think I'd be able to say that. But it's sad. Like, we going crazy.
This is wild, bro. You're in like Apple commercials and shit. What the fuck? Like, that is oof. That is dangerous, I think. The ceasefire in Gaza has just begun, but the Israeli occupation of Palestine continues. This is not the end of the violence, nor the systemic oppression by Palestinians. What? Anyway. Yeah, I'm going to link up with Kanye so I can win the Anti-Semite of the Year award this time and not lose it to Candace Owens. Anyway, let's get back to this.
I'm not in any political position to say. That's way out of my price range as he's a billionaire. Do I think that's okay? No. Do I think he'll make an apology about it? Yes, as that context will definitely get taken.
Nope. Nope, he did not. He doubled, tripled, quadrupled down, actually. So, no, you were wrong about that. That's the opposite of what he's doing.
Out of the wrong way.
So as a human being, we can agree that that is weird.
Correct. I can agree with that.
Okay. Thank you so much for just saying that is weird. You're the first person I spoke to that's saying that's weird.
Well, like I said, I'm a conservative, but I can honestly say what's right and what's wrong. That I don't necessarily agree with, as that could be very offensive to people.
Yeah, it's messed up. I mean, I think he meant it as a joke.
Thank you. Thank you. 10 other people are like, wow.
I'm from New York, and that wouldn't even be allowed there. My state is very blue.
It shouldn't be allowed anywhere.
Shouldn't be allowed anywhere. I'm
from New York too. I'm Brooklyn.
I'm Brooklyn.
Oh, you're like...
I'm Coney Island.
Yeah.
That's the heart of Brooklyn.
You're in the Brooklyn part of Brooklyn.
My man's from Coney Island wearing a Trump cowboy hat at the DC inauguration. Like, what has happened on this planet?
I'm Brooklyn part of Brooklyn.
Are you born and raised? I'm born and raised.
I'm here from Friday to tomorrow, but that would not be okay.
Yeah. What do you think of Elon here?
Spectacular.
You thought, no, this, have you seen this thing? Well, I'm just getting people's reaction to whether or not this is weird.
No, he's touching his heart. He's all right.
Did we see this video yet?
He's doing a little see Kyle. Is that what it was?
The see Kyle.
I mean, I think honestly he's like a little bit, maybe he's got Asperger's. So I don't think he knows what he's doing. And I'm part Jewish. I would be very critical if he was doing the see Kyle.
Oh my God.
Coupling that with his support of the AFD.
Yeah.
And then, all right, we're in weird territory.
I don't know too much about the AFD since I saw it back in 2015 or whatever. I used to live in Germany.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Yeah.
They seem like good guys.
Is like, you know, Marine Le Pen?
Yeah.
Marine Le Pen thinks they're too extreme for her. And I think she's very extreme, very xenophobic. And even she's just like, yeah.
You're saying AFD is too extreme?
AFD is too extreme for Marine Le Pen. AFD, look them up. They're weird.
Alternative für Deutschland. Right?
Yeah, Alternative für Deutschland. Yeah, it's like it's going in a direction that Germany should not be going. I don't want to say anti-Semitism is on the rise because that makes the assumption that anti-Semitism went down at some point. It's never went anywhere. Elon Musk, he's about to be a trillionaire. That should be illegal. He's close to being a trillionaire. That's like a cartoon.
If you can bring us to the moon, bring us to Mars, I think it's...
No one can live on Mars. Like, he's gonna... No, I think if anyone's gonna go live on Mars, he's gonna go live on Mars.
Yeah.
Elon's gonna go live on Mars.
How about we... I love this, like, oh, we're gonna live on Mars one day attitude. How about we make Phoenix more livable? Phoenix, Arizona. How about that? You know? Like, what do you mean Mars, bro? Fix America first. You know what I mean? Like... It's getting to 120 degrees in the summer over there. What are we talking about? Mars. Yeah, Phoenix, Arizona, United States of America, Earth.
He's going to be like, Like, bye.
I'd be right there with him. I'd go to Mars with him.
But he's not taking you to Mars. He's not. He's taking himself to Mars. He's not going to take you. That's the thing. He's taking none of us to Mars. Do you have $1 billion? I
do not.
You're not going to Mars.
That's all right. I mean, I'll be here. Maybe my children will go to Mars.
What do you think of Elon Musk doing the Sig Heil? You see that?
I'm not really sure, yeah.
You know what a Sig Heil looks like?
It looks like he's just holding his heart.
He's just holding his heart. The Third Reich was just trying to give out hugs. The Axis powers were just trying to give out a hug. And these evil allied powers were like, no, we can't give out hugs and no free love. What does this look like to you? Honest reaction.
It seems like a... Let me see. Heart with you.
He had the smartest reaction. He was just like, nope. What do we think of this?
Oh, Elon Musk. He's a great guy. He's going to take us to Mars. He's
taking himself to Mars.
He wants to take humans.
What is that?
He's a good
honest
guy.
reaction.
He wants to put a flag on the right side and a flag on the left side and up on Mars. That's what he said today. He wants to shoot a rocket to Mars.
If you couple that action with his support of AFD in Germany, it's a little weird.
Weird.
Yeah. An honest reaction of, hey, you saw anyone do that.
He's excited.
He's excited.
Yeah, he said he's excited. It's weird.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Can you say it's weird? Can you just agree that that's just weird?
I'm weird. You're weird.
If Trump invited you to the presidential inauguration, you had to give a speech.
Be excited.
You think, I don't know what.
Who amongst us wouldn't get so excited that they would just like Sig Heil a little bit? You know what I mean? Come on now. I'm a weird guy, just like Elon. I love to Sig Heil a little bit every now and then when I get invested.
I'm going to say, but I don't think I'm going to go like that.
But if he sent you a check in the mail for $500,000, would you think it's weird? If Elon Musk sent you a check in the mail for $50,000.
For $50,000.
Would you still think it's weird?
If Elon paid me to not think it's weird.
Yes, sir.
He's on track to be the world's first trillionaire.
Correct.
So he could pay most of America to not think it's weird. He could like buy Twitter and be like, that's not weird.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
He's doing that right now.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. He is buying the global Times Square. So we don't think all of this is weird.
No.
So anyway, I'm going to go warm up. This is insane. Strap in for 4 years of insanity.
Good. Well, what a way to start this process.
I gotta say, I have a pretty high radar for Nazism.
Do you? Possibly even weirder moment from the Afrikaner heiling Hitler.
Fresh. What kind of husband goes grocery shopping with his wife?
Bro, there is no way, dude. There's so much going on. Do a victory lap. How are you doing this? Do you ever feel like the world is completely lost its shit? Right now, all the time. Nonstop. But then I realized maybe I've lost my shit. You know what I mean? If everyone else is insane, then you might as well be insane yourself, right? If everyone else is insane and you are the sane person, then you are no longer sane. The insane people are technically normal. Anyway, do you think it's valid to be quite scared right now? Everyone says I'm reading into everything too much. I mean, it's understandable. To be honest, I like some of your opinions, but I've seen you spread a lot of misinformation late. What do you mean? Like what? If I've made an error in my statements, please tell me, and I will, of course, immediately retract. Misinformation on how AI is just hype and hoax. Also the H1B stuff. What? I didn't say the AI is just hype and hoax. I said that people who are AI evangelists definitely overemphasize AI's capabilities. That's number one. And I also am not like a anti-AI person at all. I believe that AI is a valuable tool, can be quite useful and advance civilization. As far as the H1B stuff, what do you mean I was wrong about the H1B stuff? I think AI is definitely having it's a weird situation because I wouldn't say it's like NFTs because NFTs are nothing, right? It was always a grift. It was always a scam, whereas AI is a thing. Some version of AI has already been used and has been implemented for quite some time. I work with many H1Bs myself. They're extremely talented and the program is being used correctly for the most part. Wait, what? Do you think I have an issue with H1B visas? Is there some abuse? Yes, but that's true for any program. Wait, what? Do you think I'm anti-immigration, chatter? I think you misunderstood my point. It's ironic because both my points about AI and H1B visas stem from the same place of criticism. The far left hates H1Bs. Bernie Sanders thinks so. Okay, am I Bernie Sanders? And I also don't think you fully understood what Bernie Sanders was advocating for as well. I like immigration. I have no problems with immigration. I think immigration is the backbone of America. Immigration is the reason why the United States of America has been able to overcome many of the population problems that developed nations experience. Okay? The H-1B visa structure is great. It's understandable that it exists. Okay? But the reasons why I demand payment parity for H-1B visas and better protections for people who are under the H-1B visa structure so that they have more freedom to move from job to job if they see fit. This would eliminate a level of exploitation that occurs within the H-1B visa structure. Because if you have an H-1B visa and you lose your job, you have 30 to 60 days until you're deported or until you're illegally in the nation. You lose your status. This means that H-1B visa holders have an additional level of pressure upon them. Okay? It's 60 days. Yeah, it's not 30. Does it seem like I didn't bring this stuff up? You said I was spreading misinformation. Yes, I believe that if you lose your job, if you can't retain your job for 60 days, or if you can't retain a job for 60 days and you can't transfer your H-1B visa to another employer that will sponsor you in that time frame, you get deported. Do you think that that is an additional pressure upon the H-1B visa recipients to maintain their jobs no matter what the cost is, which creates a negative incentivization structure, which corporate overlords certainly abuse? Okay. Even if they're making $250K a year, by the way, and that's not the case. It's not just that people are getting H-1B visa grants for simply jobs that are $250K plus. Okay? You're not hearing what I'm saying. It's not necessarily the blanket wages that you receive. It's the hours that you have to work due to the additional pressure, for example. And also you're giving me anecdotes anyway. But it doesn't seem like we have that much of a disagreement here, because everything that you mentioned that you said I actually misinform people about, I have actually talked about. But if you have H-1Bs, the same level of rights as citizens, then people would complain. Wait, what do you mean? I don't care. So what? Fuck those people. What do you mean people would complain? Well, oh, so we have to keep them servile. Got it. Okay, never mind. Not you, the general public. Yeah, I understand. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't you think that offering more freedom to H-1B visa recipients from deportation would actually play a fairly decent role in companies not abusing these employees and therefore not feeling like they can fill these roles with simply H-1B visa recipients that they can exploit? Because the additional hours of work that you can get out of an H-1B visa recipient actually ends up displacing the existing labor force. That much is true. Because if you can actually make an H-1B visa recipient work for longer hours because they're fearful of deportation, then that means you need less of a labor force. You're not directly hiring an H-1B visa worker to work in the place of an American, okay, with similar qualifications. Although I'm sure that some companies do that, okay? But what you end up doing is engaging in layoffs, which the tech sector is rampant with, obviously, because now you can force these dudes to work longer hours for the same pay and do the job of two people. Because if they lose their job, they get deported. Now, that is the reason why you can make a convincing argument to lower these restrictions. Why did Twitter keep the H-1Bs? You know why. That's precisely what Elon did at Twitter. That is exactly what Elon did at Twitter, laying off virtually the entirety of the workforce and only keeping the H-1B visa workers, and also making them work for lower wages in general too at Twitter directly. Okay? That is what happened. So that's something to remember, and that's something to consider in this process. The Twitter part is false. Twitter employees are paid very handsomely and commensurate with the rest of the tech sector. So Elon Musk didn't engage in mass layoffs on Twitter and retained virtually all the H-1B visa people. There's another story I want to talk about with respect to H-1B visas, by the way. Okay? There was a story that didn't get a lot of coverage. But in Vermont, a CBP agent was shot and I believe killed in Vermont because he was there not to find a violent criminal, right? Not to arrest and prosecute a violent criminal, as far as I understand. I might be wrong on this, but he did become a violent criminal after this fact. But he was there to process the deportation of an H-1B visa recipient. Okay? The H-1B visa recipient was a quant. He was a German guy. He shot and killed the Customs and Border Patrol officer. His name was Felix Bauchhold, a quant trader on an allegedly expired H-1B visa who died after a shootout at the Vermont-Canada border this week. Bauchhold is still live. LinkedIn profile says he works for the New York office of Tower Research Capital, a high-frequency trading firm. Tower Research did not respond to a comment on Bauchhold's recent employment status, but the alleged expiry of his visa suggests he may no longer be working there. Tower Research Capital is a high-frequency market maker and prop trading firm that operates high-speed trading strategies. U.S. government data suggests that two people at Tower Research had H-1B visas renewed this year, ahead of data on a base salary of $350K and a quant trader on a base salary of $165K. It has 1,200 employees in total. Bauchhold's LinkedIn profile says he joined Tower in October 2021 after 2 years of Radix trading. He also completed a Jane Street internship in 2018. Jane Street interns now earn around $20K a month. Balcold graduated from Canada's University of Waterloo with a bachelor's in mathematics. In 2014 and 2015, he appears to have won gold and bronze prizes respectively in the International Mathematics Olympiad. Unconfirmed reports suggest that Balcold was with a female passenger who initiated the border shooting and that he fired at border agents himself. A report in the Vermont Daily Chronicle says that David Milan, a border agent, was also killed. What is Will saying? Sup, bitch? Let's Japan. Yeah, I'm down. You know what my room number is. I wrote it in the... Dude, Will, scroll above in the group chat, brother. You always do this. Here, I highlighted it for you. Anyway, we are going to Japan in a little bit. Hold on. So, I don't know if this was in the process. Your card is locked, Hasan. What? Oh. I don't know the exact details of... I know, chat. I'm texting him. Shut up. Chat, stop. I'm texting him directly, okay? Stop derailing. I thought this was in the process of a deportation order. Turns out it wasn't. I was wrong. That was my mistake. It seems like it was during a border crossing. There aren't more details on this so far, and I haven't seen a lot of people like write about it, and I don't know why. Okay. But it's a story. It's a story that I think we will see repeated in the future as well. I hope not. But I think part of the reason why is because this kind of doesn't fit the undocumented migrants are violent narratives. Specifically because the dude is white and from Germany and has a high profile job or had a high profile job. The FBI has also said that the person had a current visa anyway. VTdigger.org. In a statement issued by Tuesday afternoon, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, which oversees the Border Patrol, said that Milan had passed away in the line of duty the day before and succumbed to injuries caused by gunfire following a traffic stop. In a separate press release, the FBI said the incident began during a traffic stop on the southbound side of the Interstate 91 on Monday. During the stop, the FBI said an exchange of gunfire and Agent Milan was struck. One subject was killed, FBI said, and a second was injured. The latter was being treated at a hospital in the area. The FBI said it would not immediately identify either of the subjects, but added that the Department of Homeland Security had confirmed the deceased subject is a German national in the U.S. on a current visa. Milan, who was a veteran of the U.S. Air Force, later died from his injuries. Customs and Border Protection had previously said that fallen officer had been assigned to the Swanton sector of the border, which extends from New York through Vermont to New Hampshire. Earlier Tuesday, two state officials expressed their condolences and remarks in the Vermont State House in Montpelier. Speaking on the Senate floor Tuesday morning, Senator Russ Ingalls, R. of Essex, addressed Milan's death following a moment of silence. Pete Hegseth confirmed. One Dem voted for him. Guess who it was? I don't need to see it to know who it was. Yeah, there it is. And I think he's gonna swap parties anyway. Here's another story of ICE raiding a Newark, New Jersey restaurant and apprehending someone. Today, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents raided a local establishment in the city of Newark, detaining undocumented residents as well as citizens without producing a warrant. One of the detainees was a U.S. military veteran who suffered the indignity of having the legitimacy of his military documentation questioned. This egregious act is a plain violation of the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which guarantees the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. Newark will not stand idly while people are being unlawfully terrorized. I'll be holding a press conference in alliance with partners ready and willing to defend and protect civil and human rights. Details to come. FBI went to a well-known immigration lawyer in Rhode Island's office and raided the office as well in Providence. Just so you understand, all of this stuff that's happening is going to have, more impact exactly like this. It's just beginning. Fox was given access to ICE's Boston raids. Here's the story. Just indicative of what the next 4 years are going to look like.
Briefing on their targets.
Good morning, everyone.
Exclusive access to do propaganda for the state's most violent operations here. Wonderful stuff. Bill Malugan, national correspondent for Fox News, says we were given exclusive access to ICE's elite Boston team as they went into the sanctuary jurisdiction and targeted the worst of the worst criminal aliens, including a combative Haitian man who said he won't go back and scream, "Fuck Trump, Biden forever." Other targets arrested included an MS-13 gang member with the Interpol Red Notice for aggravated murder, another MS-13 gang member facing gun charges, and multiple rape and sexual assault suspects, several of whom had been released from sanctuary jurisdictions with ICE detainers ignored. One of the MS-13 suspects had been released by sanctuary jurisdiction the day before our embed. When ICE found him, he was with another man who ICE determined is also in the U.S. illegally. ICE arrested him and will seek to deport him, telling me he would never have been caught up if the MS-13 suspect would have been handed to them at jail. This is collateral, and Tom Homan warns security sanctuary cities will see more of it.
It's a frigid 5 degrees in the pre-dawn hours just outside of Boston.
I saw the photos, or not the photos, but like pieces of this video circulating all over Twitter. I need you to understand something very serious, okay? I need you to understand something. They're doing this to justify what is yet to come. And some of it has already begun. Some of the dragnets have already started. Okay. The first implementation of this is the stuff that ICE already works on and worked on under the Biden administration as well. The difference is you didn't hear stories about it. Okay. And it's not just ICE, it's local law enforcement working on it as well. If your assumption is that sanctuary cities with local law enforcement, or even sanctuary cities that have local law enforcement, don't detain and prosecute criminal migrants, like migrants that have done heinous crimes, okay, you are out of your mind. Okay? This is just a continuation of similar operations that already existed under the Biden administration and every other administration as well. But they're using this and beefing it up with propaganda, Israel style, to make it seem like they're only going after criminal migrants and that the previous administration simply wasn't going after criminal migrants.
This team of elite ICE officers is briefing on their targets for the day.
We're going to be targeting some extremely violent offenders today.
Within moments, the officers are on the move, with eyes on their first target.
Looks like we got movement, target vehicle coming out.
They quickly take him into custody. He's an MS-13 gang member wanted in El Salvador for aggravated murder. And he has an Interpol Red Notice out for his arrest.
We are targeting very violent
threats to our community.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
Trump, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
What's the likelihood? If I was a journalist, I would investigate when he got TPS. The likelihood that he got TPS under Trump is insanely high. Might have gotten it under Biden as well. But I'm just going to say it. The likelihood that he got TPS under Trump is very high. Trump also offered TPS, temporary protected status, to Haitian migrants.
ICE Boston quickly takes down its next targets, including this illegal alien from Brazil who has an Interpol red notice for armed robbery. This Salvadoran illegal alien charged locally with rape and released by a sanctuary jurisdiction.
Señor, ¿cómo se llama?
And this Dominican illegal alien charged with assault with a deadly weapon and heroin trafficking. Officers also arrested this Guatemalan MS-13 gang member facing...
Oh my God. The problem with the endless faucet of propaganda coming from this story is twofold. Number one, of course, there are migrants who are capable of doing heinous crimes, whether it be, something like drug dealing all the way to rape and murder. Okay. The problem there is that this plays a role in the broader assumption that all migrants are doing this. Okay. Secondly, these are charges, not convictions. And last but not least, again, I hope that there are good journalists out there who are digging deep and figuring out exactly what happened in the process of these people being released. Okay? Once again, being charged with a crime is very different than, being convicted of a crime. Oh, come on, Hasan, please. What do you mean? Oh, I'm coping because I said I hope good journalists will actually dive deep and try to figure it out. And the phrase criminal conviction is pulling a lot of weight here because in MA, a criminal conviction could literally mean he was convicted 17 times for driving without a license. Not to say that the Haitian guy wasn't a legit criminal, but yeah, MA criminal law is one of the most regressive in the nation, surprisingly. Very much like California. Yeah. How do you know they're just charges? Because that's what they are saying. Also, if he was convicted, he'd be in jail. That's how I know they're charges. What are you talking about? Unless you think that when someone goes through the criminal justice system and is convicted of a crime, whether it be drug dealing or whether it be rape, they just kind of let you go. No, they mentioned it. They said that these are charges and they said that they're suspects. As in, the criminal justice system has not decided on whether or not these people are convicted. Having said that, I'm not saying that they didn't do these things, right? I'm not saying that at all. Okay, Hasan defending rapists live is the funniest thing. You are such a fucking moron, dude. You are actually a moron. I'm not defending rapists. I'm defending due process. The fuck are you talking about? What an insane thing to say. What a cool bait, man. Yeah. It's ridiculous of me to say that it doesn't matter if it's an immigrant or an American citizen. Everyone still deserves due process. What a ridiculous standard.
Charges. ICE says.
And not only is it that everyone deserves due process, but also beyond that, I'm stating that these are charges, and if they were actually anything beyond charges, they would already be in prison. You were the second biggest streamer of 2024? Wait, no way. Really? Second top chatting streamer. God damn. That's pretty wild. Your joke from yesterday has begun. The Pecker Bible introduced the verse, love thy neighbor unless they're Guatemalan, then report them. What? What is this AI overview?
He was released from local custody just the day before. Their detainer request was ignored because of sanctuary policies. And in a sign of shifting priorities with the new Trump administration, this man, who was in the same apartment as the target, was also arrested after ICE determined he's also in the U.S. illegally. This is what ICE calls collateral.
So you guys got your main target just now, but you got somebody else. What just happened?
So our main target was released by a sanctuary jurisdiction, not honoring a detainer. That person was released back into the community, and when we went to go find him, he's with somebody else who...
Okay. The process here for someone like this to be released back, it means that like a judge didn't consider them to be a flight risk or didn't think the charges were valid, right? Am I misunderstanding something here? Because if like in the criminal justice system, before we get to the collateral side of the story, currently as it stands in the criminal justice system, if you do a crime, okay, especially a crime like murder, okay, or any kind of crime really, immigrant or not, it does not matter. If they deem you to be a flight risk, you will be kept in detention until your court date. Dun 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 dun. Sorry. It's the same bail release process as everyone else, so not considered a flight risk or a threat to the community. That's what I mean. Like, that means that either something in the charges made the judge assume that they were not a flight risk or a threat to others. I wonder, I really want to find, I really want to find out what they actually did. Like what the actual charges even were or what the investigation looked like. I would love to, I wish that we had some investigative reporters that could just like dig deep and figure this out. Try to figure out like what exactly these people did. Because while I do not believe the criminal justice system is moderate or just, I do believe that the criminal justice system normally is it goes above and beyond in terms of keeping people behind bars. So this goes entirely against that. What? Do illegal immigrants deserve due process if they genuinely came here illegally? Should they have access to our courts and lawyers and such? Yes. What? Yes. 100. Yes. What? Yeah, they're human beings, man. What are you talking about? The criminal justice system is not supposed to operate with this kind of double standard. You understand that, right? That's a dangerous precedent. That's a dangerous mentality to have. Yes, everyone deserves human rights, including some of the worst scumbags you've ever met. Because you don't measure the criminal justice system by like the heinous acts of a singular individual being prosecuted. You measure it by someone who might be innocent, who might be put under the same circumstances while still being innocent. Okay? That's the entire purpose of due process. You have to make sure that especially considering how devastating it is to deny someone of their humanity, of their freedoms, of their freedom of movement, of their freedom to have whatever kind of schedule they want to have. Such a libbed up take. What? No. I like that we're having a conversation about, you know, what kind of people we should deny human rights to. Like, that's insane. It is in the Constitution. I know. And like I said earlier, there's some good in the Constitution and some bad. We moved on. The Bible is woke and gay. And you know what else is woke and gay? The Constitution.
Was previously removed from the United States. So he's going to go today too.
And that is exactly what Border Czar Tom Homan has warned would happen.
When we find the bad guy, he's probably with others that are in the United States illegally. They may not be a criminal priority, but we're not walking away from them.
ICE Boston says they will continue to go into sanctuary jurisdictions and do their job.
Today was a good day.
Why do they are coming from countries that bear no responsibilities? Brother, let me ask you a question, okay? In this hypothetical, let's say there is a person who is a serial killer who is from, I don't know, El Salvador, right? This person from El Salvador came into America and did a serial killing. Do you want to send that person back to El Salvador and hope that they actually go through the criminal justice system there? Or do you want to ensure that that person cannot harm others and, you know, bring them to justice and keep them in prison? Because once someone is doing serial killing or heinous crimes in general, or any crime really, undocumented or not, the criminal justice system will put them in jail. Okay? That's how it works. So what do you want? What do you think is better? What do you think is a better process? The second question I have for you is, do you think that this conversation that we're having is a conversation that, you know, people before us did not have and then came up with the solution of arresting and jailing them here in the United States of America rather than deporting them? Seems like a Band-Aid solution. You should focus on the countries they're coming from so they can take care of their own people. What are you talking about? These people are here already. I'm asking you a direct question. If someone is here already illegally, okay, and they did a crime, you want to deport them. I'm saying if their crime, as long as, like, you know, they've done something heinous, like, no, I'm fine with them being jailed in America. I think it's wild. I think it's actually wild to just be like, nah, we should just like deport everyone that's done a crime. Like, it's weirdly enough more on the abolitionist slant than anything else, to be honest.
Today we took several significant public safety threats out of our communities. Unfortunately, a lot were released by sanctuary policies, but we're here to tell the Commonwealth and the rest of the country that we're going to find them whether they're released or not.
And guys, shortly after we finished filming, ICE Boston told us they arrested 2 more targets in other parts of town away from our cameras. One of those targets is a previously deported Honduran illegal alien who was arrested for raping a woman while putting a gun in her mouth. The other target they got is a Haitian man who first flew into the United States in...
Wait a minute. So, wait, so they deported him? Maybe they should have put him in jail. I don't understand. Like, what? So they just deported him.
Deported Honduran illegal alien who was arrested for raping a woman.
Oh, he was arrested for raping a woman with
putting a gun in her mouth. The other target they got is a Haitian man who first flew into the United States in 2023 as part of President Biden's controversial migrant flights mass parole program. Well, they just picked him up yesterday because he's been arrested locally for sexual assault. We'll send it back to you.
Bill Malhusian, it was fascinating to watch all of that. I think I was just saying to Bill, this is terrible for Joe Biden and the legacy that he tried to leave behind. A question from me, how soon will they actually be leaving the country? Does that take a long time?
It depends what country they're from. If they're from cooperable...
They released him after capturing him, but said we did it for the messages sent. Scary shit. No, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. And it sucks because, like, Fox News obviously is not a real news outlet, and it's a propaganda machine that is slanted firmly in far-right politics. So you can't, your takeaway here is so stupid. I'm asking completely logically, okay, from a point of logic, why would the local police department release someone who put a gun in the mouth of another person while raping them, okay, after arresting them? That's my question. And I feel like this is a very valid question to ask. This is not me saying like those guys didn't do it. This is not me being woke. My question is simply this. Why? Okay? Why did the local courts release a person who was arrested for putting a gun to the mouth of someone and raping them? Okay? That to me is a major problem because I don't want someone who has raped someone with a gun to be free. Okay? I don't want that. And I don't think many people in here want that either. I think that that person should be in jail. I think that that person should be detained. Okay? So what I don't understand is what broke in the structure that that person was allowed to remain free. Something does not make sense. Do you see what I'm saying? My point here is not, oh, let's let him go. Okay? My point is there are certain crimes, okay, if there is enough evidence that the person that you're apprehending committed those crimes, require you to stay behind bars until your court date. There are very few people here that would argue against someone who raped a woman with a gun, okay, walking free before their court date. I don't think that this is an especially radical take. All right? Although my initial assessment of the situation when I hear something like this is that the clearance rates for sexual assault cases are so insanely low because cops are horrible at prosecuting sexual assault charges. They are awful at it. And I'm not even talking about the rape kit backlogs in general, just across the board. This is not something that specifically pertains to undocumented migrants. This is just across the board. As we already know from the data that is readily available, undocumented migrants across the board for all matter of different crimes, non-citizens in general, undocumented migrants and documented immigrants as well, are responsible for significantly less crime per capita. Okay? Whether it be homicides, rapes, anything, right? So what could have happened in this process? Something does not add up. And if your answer to this question that I'm asking is, oh, it's woke, that's why, I can't have a normal conversation with you. Okay? Bro's pretending not to read chat and keeps changing his arguments. This is terrible to listen to. Maybe he was released because he was innocent law. Maybe he was released because he was innocent. Is that what he has done? He was not released before the court date. He was found innocent in court. Okay, do you have evidence for this? Because if you do have evidence for this, then that's great. That literally, that's a fairly significant point, don't you think? And no, I'm not pretending not to read chat. I'm making an important point here. Give me the evidence. It's crazy because there's 35. Also, my question here quite literally is, if someone has done such a heinous crime, right? or arrested for such a heinous crime, not convicted, okay? If they were arrested for such a heinous crime and then went through the court process, or at the very least, instead of going through the court process, like was released, okay? Because that kind of a crime, undocumented migrant or not, doesn't matter, is exactly the type of crime where you're still a danger to society, okay? You're a danger to others. Like, I can't see an American judge going, yeah, Mr. Honduran migrant man, I'm so woke, I'm going to release you. You know, I know that you did this, but I'm gonna, like, there's decent amount of evidence that you might have done this heinous crime, but I'm gonna release you because sanctuary cities, and I also think that you should go out and do this more, hopefully down the line. Like, that's not something that I think took place. Ironically enough, that's what Republicans are saying whenever they say, like, that's what happened. They're letting these guys go because of woke. That's what they're saying. They just never actually think about it. Plymouth man charged with raping a woman outside a Main Street bar. 21-year-old suspects in custody of immigration officials. A Plymouth man faces possible deportation after being accused of raping a woman. What? No, I don't want to donate. Is this the one? Luan Lucas de Souza Goncalves, 21, is being held on a $1,000 bail, pleading not guilty to rape and indecent assault and battery charges on Monday in Plymouth District Court. He is in the custody of ICE, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, at the Plymouth County Correctional Facility off Long Pond Road. Earlier this year, a Plymouth County probate judge ruled that de Souza should not be sent back to his native Brazil because he had been neglected and abandoned by his father. But it's unclear whether immigration authorities accepted the ruling and offered him a special status that allows abused children to apply for permanent residence here. De Souza, the alleged victim, whose name is redacted from the incident reports, told Plymouth police vastly different stories about what happened early Sunday morning. She says she was raped. He said they had consensual sex. Plymouth police were patrolling the downtown area at around 1:20 a.m. when they were drawn to a commotion on Middle Street, near the side door of the Main Street Sports Bar and Grill. They said they encountered a man screaming at De Souza Goncalves. "Get away from her," he said, referring to the alleged victim who was crying and hugging another female, police wrote. As officers approached a group of people outside the bar, a male witness said, "Don't let him leave. He just raped her." The woman was in hysterics, Plymouth Patrol Officer Dylan Ralph wrote, profusely crying, unable to catch her breath, visibly shaken. After she calmed down, Ralph asked her what happened. She told him she was at the Main Street Sports Bar and Grill with her friends when she met De Souza. They began talking and exchanged Snapchat profiles. They eventually went outside and began kissing and touching each other over their clothes. She said she initially consented but changed her mind. The alleged victim said she told De Souza she needed to go back to her friends, but he ignored her and began to further advance himself onto her. She told him no multiple times, she said, but he ignored it. Okay, this is pretty open and shut. What the fuck? She told another officer that he had exposed his penis and tried to get her to touch it. Later at the station, officers noticed that his fly was open, the police report says, but De Souza, who primarily speaks Portuguese, told police he and the woman had consensual sex and that he used a condom. I asked Mr. De Souza if she ever said she wanted to stop or no to anything he did. He said she did not. At Police HQ, he was interviewed with the aid of a Portuguese translator. This is not the guy. This is a different person. You just sent me like a random case. No, this isn't the same story because the Fox News story isn't in Plymouth. It's in East Boston. I mean, he might actually live in East Boston, though. You know what I mean? But I do think this is a different case. No, this was the one listed through a couple articles. But there's no mention of a gun at all. The Fox News dude said very clearly, not just a gun, but put a gun to the mouth of the victim. Please tell me your posture on anti-custodial policy. I'm a firm and committed believer that judges should still have the discretion to detain people until their court date, depending on the severity of the crime, the likelihood of flight risk, and also depending on whether or not this person is a danger to others if released. Someone who has committed a rape would fit that profile, regardless of how wealthy or white they might be. Anyway. Like, that's crazy. If you think that I personally would be an advocate to release someone who has potentially raped another human being with a gun by putting a gun to their mouth, you're delusional, okay? Like, call me Jenk if you want. I guess I'm not so max left after all, you know? No, I think that, like, while I do still believe in rehabilitation for that person, okay, at least until the trial, at least until the trial is over. Yeah. Believing Fox News? No, I'm not saying. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm talking about in a hypothetical. I'm not talking about that person in particular. I'm saying on theory. I'm not talking about this individual. We're literally in the process of trying to figure out if this is a real story or not. What are you talking about? Of course I don't immediately believe Fox News. Why do we take this 10-minute sidestep to begin with if I just took what Fox News was saying at face value? Hello? What a crazy thing to say. Anyway, ICE could also be detaining people awaiting trial from the jails. They're being housed and letting the public assume they got them on the streets. That too, yes. Okay, thanks. But do you think the actual custody and incarceration can fix it worldwide? Not in the way that it looks like in the United States of America. That much is obviously clear to me. But yes. Also, yeah, the article says the guy they arrested is Honduran, not Brazil. Trump officials take notice of illegal immigrant crackdown in Boston. Glad we're deporting him. Yeah. This dude is Brazilian. It's a totally different dude. My Ukrainian grandpa was deported for manslaughter. He got off free. So that's what I mean. That's what's funny about this. Like, I mean, hey, listen, your Ukrainian grandpa got one off. You know what I mean? W for him, I guess. But like that is the alternative. You know what I mean? When you do deportation, then you literally don't let, you low-key don't let victims, you don't let the criminal justice system go through the process of like prosecuting and detaining this person and possibly offering them some criminal penalties. You know? It's so strange to me that like right-wingers normally would be all on board, but for some reason when on this issue they're like, nah, just ship him out, you know? Like what, are you just anti-justice? Is that what it is? Like Republicans are just taking an anti-justice slant. If you have been victimized by an undocumented migrant, then we don't want the justice system to work. Because, and it's ironic that they take this position because they simultaneously are taking this position while under the assumption that like a bunch of people will go and get deported even if they haven't actually done the crime, and that's good. It's doubly unjust. Like we should detain and deport every single person suspected of a crime means that you literally want people that have not been punished, have not been found guilty to be deported in more instances than not falsely, right? And also simultaneously, people who did actually do that shit don't even get fucking punished in that process. It makes no sense. You're so horny to like deport as many people as possible in this fantasy that you are literally causing victims to not get their day in court. This is what I don't understand. Context: there are large Haitian and Hispanic populations in East Boston, and it looks like that's where this story was shot. East Boston's a very rough neighborhood, very poor and over-policed. East Boston's court is notoriously rough on criminal defendants. So the assumption that these people weren't held if the crime they committed was so violent is literally nonsensical. Yeah, but that's like everywhere in America too. The only people that commit violent and heinous crimes that avoid scrutiny, additional scrutiny, or detention from the criminal justice system are rich white people. Okay? These guys will be like, these guys have created a fantasy in their minds where they think like illegals get a get out of jail free card, while simultaneously they want to do that to people who might have actually committed heinous crimes by just deporting them swiftly instead of going through the processes of the criminal justice system, which is something that I just don't understand. It literally doesn't make sense in my mind. I'm like you've invented a reality where you think that judges see someone and they're like, well, this person's undocumented. We should just let him go after they've done like a serious crime, okay? And in order to go against that wrong that you have fantasized, now you think everyone that is even suspected of doing a crime should be swiftly deported from the country. And in the process, you actually end up giving a get out of jail free card to people that have done serious crimes. What a strange phenomenon.
Countries like El Salvador, Guatemala, countries like that, it can be quick. It can be within days or weeks. If it's countries that are harder to deport, countries that don't cooperate with the U.S. as much, it can go into a process of months. But the Trump administration is changing policies with something called expedited removal.
What's good,
The
King?
bottom line is people at home don't need to understand all the policies. The Trump administration is just going to work as fast as they can to get all the people you just saw on camera there out of the country as fast as possible.
You mean fucking amazing, dude. You mean fucking, god
shit
damn, you're
off.
dripping.
Turn this shit off. Let's go Japan.
Smell good.
Must bounce on it.
Okay. All right, hold on.
Crazy style.
Okay, I'm gonna let you guys man the ship here while I'm gonna
manhandle this shit.
Oh, that feels good. My neck is.
Yeah.
I haven't showered. I have to shower real quick.
Uh-oh.
I have to shower real quick. Yeah. Here. I'll take over for a second. Take over for a second, and then we'll swap it out to the IRL, and we'll walk around town. We'll do a quick, short, and sweet IRL, and then we'll fucking. Then we'll do what? And then we'll do whatever off camera.
I think we might be hanging out with Sinicia tonight. What's up, everybody? You can't say that about a legend. Yeah, let me do some politics. What time is it in the States right now? 6:46? Wow. Why is Caroline not there? You mean in Hasan's room right now? She's getting ready, you freaks. Someone said, why is Caroline not there? And I said, in Hasan's room at this very second. She's getting ready. Hi, Jace. All right, let's talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. Since last we saw, yes, Baby No Money and I did become the face of JVIC Nation. Yes, we did break the internet with our cosplay. Yes, we did take some of the best images you'll ever see. I mean, I'm not totally convinced that, you know, Hasan isn't in Japan just to try and win me back. Like, it's, you know, we were always looking for a will they, won't they on our podcast, and Cutie and Hasan failed miserably at it. But now, total failures. Total failures. Now we actually have one, and the will they, won't they is me and Baby No Money, famous recording artist. And, you know, now that I am also a gay icon and in a will they, won't they, I texted Hasan and Austin, and I basically said, pack your shit. I don't fucking need either of you. Get out of my fucking life. Don't look back. You neglected me, and now I don't need you anymore. So it's pretty warm in the sun, but my idea is that if it is cold, you'll probably get me a Montclair puffer, because that's what Christopher Walken would want. Yeah, we've been talking about that. No, I in all seriousness, totally character drop. When Alex, Baby No Money, asked me to do that cosplay, I was like, I really didn't know much about how far the JVIC fandom had gone, but he was essentially saying, okay.
That's why I wanted to do it. That's why I wanted to do it.
Okay.
I'm in the fandom.
He's bitter.
You robbed me.
He's a bitter old mess.
Robbed me.
Yo, underpants. Come on, show them what they're
You robbed me. You bitch.
I've robbed no one. We still have room for you as Warwick.
I'm trying to be on the edge here. Okay.
Yeah, well, you're on the edge, all right. Is this a hockey puck?
No, it's a Trump Zin can.
Oh my god. So I knew that there was a fandom, but I didn't know how adamant they were. But Alex was like, we have to do this right. Stella Chu and Jessica Negri are gonna help, and they honestly put that cosplay together so fast. They put that cosplay together in under a week. They're queens, they're gods. They had so much help. Shouts out to everybody who helped them with that. But they did such an awesome job, and we had so much fun with it. And I told Stella, like, honestly, I had a little bit of hesitancy to do cosplay like that. Because I'll be honest, I sometimes don't feel like I have the leading man attractive energy to do cosplay. I always feel like cosplayers are so attractive. And so I was a little nervous, but it was so much fun. And you know, Alex already wants to do more cosplay, and everybody's been so receptive to it. So kind of a really cool experience. And we had a great time, man. We had so much fun, and, you know, just frolicking and getting to do a little boy love. So that was awesome. But yeah, we are in Japan, ladies and gentlemen, and I feel fantastic. Went out drinking last night, got to meet and hang out with one of my goats. I don't know if you guys have ever listened to The God, Shinichi Osawa, aka Mondo Grosso, aka Rhymeso. But I'm gonna play a little bit of his stuff in the background. But it was like one of those cool moments where I was in his recording studio, and I literally got to be like, dude, Labyrinth is a life-changing song for me. Thank you so much. And he was like, oh yeah, that's a pretty good song. Like, he was so humble about it. If you've never seen this song, this is one of his tracks. Okay, he did promise me a signed album, which I didn't get last night. So when we hang out with him tonight, I'm gonna be like, so you remember that time when you said you give me a signed Mondo Grosso album? Hello. Hi. I am in Hasan's room. You have to get the other key from Marsh. I couldn't come get you. because I can't get to. Yeah, and he went back to his room. Then he needed 5 more minutes. Text me, and you both come. All right. I don't know. Just text him. Okay. Anyway, kind of a cool moment. I have had fantastic food since I've been here, which we kind of were a little lacking on last time. Is that in the walled city? Yeah, that video is filmed in the walled city. Is Austin there? We have not seen or heard from Austin yet. He might be acclimating to life on Tokyo City. So we'll wait till he reaches out to us and and we'll see what he wants to do. I think he just kind of wants to acclimate and get comfortable. We'll see. I was hanging out with the one, the only Wake Wilder last night. We also have Finn here. Finn's feeling under the weather, so he might not join us. And then we also hung out with a creator in Japan. He's the interviewer. I think his name is Caleb, who does all the interviews in Japan outside like the kombinis. Cole, that's it. Yeah. And he was awesome. He was so cool. We got to the hot guy. Yeah, the hot guy. He was really fun. And we got to go have drinks with him and get some food, and it was awesome, man. So I have been working tirelessly on something. We're trying to do a collab stream with he and his co-host where we go and on Sunday possibly dance with and interview the Tokyo Rockabillys, because that's something he wanted to do too. So we've reached out to them. Actually, ironically, Shinichi Osawa had their contact information. So we're trying to put together a stream where we all dress like rockabillys and go dance in the park with them, which would be, who cares? I don't know. I think a lot of people do. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Honestly, if none of you even watch, it'd be fun for me. I'm gonna get my dance on in the park. But yeah. What else can I give you guys an update on? I won a very lewd figurine in a crane game last night, which I'm pretty proud of. Are you going to the baseball game? I don't think baseball season is happening right now. I do know that the Dodgers home opener is in Japan soon. We might try and go to a sumo match because I think there's 3 more days in that tournament. I know we're doing training with them. We're doing flower arrangement. I think we're getting fitted for latex one day and then going to a latex party that we are allowed to stream, but there is a high chance that we might get banned at that event. So we're going to be quick on the trigger at that one. I'm trying to think what else. I think the Art of No, where it's like the drum storytelling, like, yo, we have that planned. What else do we have planned? We have a lot of shit. Yes, the Japanese Communist Party. Yep. The One Piece gym. We are hanging out at what? Yeah, we've already set it up. One Piece gym, Muscle Girl Bar, Redemption Stream. There's a bunch of stuff on there. You don't sound excited for that? Japanese Communist Party? Listen, I'm excited just on my depth. Oh, they don't want a lot of people? Darn fudge. Now I'm gonna miss out. I'm just gonna be thinking about it the whole time. Yeah, I mean Japanese pro wrestling. We're gonna try and do. I gotta reach out to Kenny and Maga. We're doing Maid Cafe with Kaho Shibuya. We're also gonna try and hang out with Premiere 2, Rob CD, Sea Dog VA. We got a lot on the docket, ladies and gentlemen. We might do Boy Love Redemption for Austin too. Boy Love Redemption stream where this time he's not super uncomfortable. What have you eaten so far? Okay, so I found this. That's true. He does have to address his home. That is true. He definitely let us down last time. I found like a ramen place that's more of like a udon kind of fusion. Yeah. Do you want to go? We have the curry spot if you want to go today, first thing. Yeah, our secret spot. No, so I found this noodle spot that's like fucking amazing. It's bar only, and they whip up noodles and you put all sorts of different stuff in it. They have like 30 different things you can just pour in these noodles. And then they have something called the final rice that you order for 100 yen. And it's just a bowl of rice at the end that you put in to soak up everything. Incredible. The final rice. Never has rice sounded so fucking stern. What else have I eaten? I went to a kombini. I went to a skewer place. We went to a Japanese barbecue. Yeah, I'm still getting ready for my boxing, which is going to be announced soon, by the way, who I'm fighting, when I'm fighting, and what promotion I'm fighting for. Yes, we are training in a Japanese boxing gym. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to train with me, if you want to throw punches at me, I should be able to defend myself pretty well. No, I'm not allowed to punch you back. I can just work on my defense. I'm actually probably going to do that 3 or 4 times while I'm here. I've woken up and done over 1,000 calories every morning because I'm trying to keep my weight down while in Japan, which is gonna be not so great. CTE speedrun? Nah, he won't touch me. Yeah. I don't know if they can hear you. I wasn't looking at the monitor. Yeah, so basically Marsh and I took the reins this time with the help of the amazing Rhyme and planned this whole trip, so it's going to be much more organized. Speaking of amazing, Caroline Kwan got that fucking thing on her. Hey, what are all the events on the spreadsheet that you wanted to do? Yeah, what are those events? Wait, no, watch this. Hasan, what events are on your spreadsheet? No. The one that you sent Rhyme. You did. What events are on there that you wanted to do? He's looking at it right now because he doesn't know anything that's on it.
Hi guys.
Konnichiwa.
Hello from Japan. Hi. The jacket, I got this at Rose Bowl Flea Market. It's one of my favorite finds. I bought it
How
exactly
cold is it
for Japan. Hi.
I might go get my long coat.
You've never been to Japan, have you?
No, it's the first time. You got like
I'll just bring my long coat.
cozy
Oh
party
wow,
on.
he's got that fucking thing on him. He's really wearing it.
No, this is my first time in Japan, and we got stopped from going into places because of Gaijin.
They're getting censored. Yeah, we got Gaijin turned away from like 3 restaurants.
That's never happened to us before.
Yeah, it's definitely happened to us. I just don't think they'll say something like, no, we're closing soon.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time. You're right. Yeah, never mind. They do that.
Open till 2 a.m. and we're like, fuck. Too white. All right, I'm gonna get my coat and then we're gonna go do this thing.
Honestly, white people are under attack.
They are. Yeah.
And that's a good
That's
thing.
why they got to roll back all the.
I do like that.
Civil
aspect of Japan.
rights.
I mean, it would suck to live here probably. You get annoyed after a while because you're like, damn, bro, I want to just eat some fucking ramen. Just serve me the ramen, little bro. But you know, when you're here visiting, you're like, oh,
You know what? I'm stealing one of your Zens. Because you stole mine. From our apartment. Yes, I do. You're a Zen stealer. You have 2 towers. Sometimes I need them. I don't do them all the time. Watch this. Watch this. See these? In my, let me see if there's even any left. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I have them. They're emergency. They are emergency Zins. And if you don't know, that motherfucker stole mine when he came into our apartment. He said, free Zins. Will gave him. All right, one of you's lying. One of you is not telling the truth. No, those were mine. What the hell is going on with this mic? Okay. Okay, well, I'm holding it now. Yeah, it's our Zins. That's right. Socialist Zins. That is right. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are. Welcome to the Quancast. That's right. No. I know, it is right there. I have never used that before. I haven't. All right, everyone, we're going out into Tokyo today. It's 11 o'clock p.m. The night is just starting then. What, are you saying that like it's late? It's early. It is early. Okay, so are we going out right now? Tell us about Japanese pop culture. Oh, remind me when we are leaving to talk to the front desk because it should be arriving today. Yeah. I don't know also if Finn is going to join us today. He's feeling under the weather. Thoughts on Emilia Perez? You asked me that because you already know. Anybody who's asking me thoughts on Emilia Perez already knows how I feel about that film. Do you know that Emilia Perez is now in the group of films that has reached 13 Oscar nominations in the history of the show, which means one more nomination and it would have been tied with
Vaginoplasty, yes!
With the top films. I mean, it's crazy because
Vaginoplasty,
no,
yes!
stop.
Are you transphobic? What the fuck is this?
Dude, the thing about Emilia Perez too, it's not even like in 10 years we'll look back and go, damn, that movie sucked. Right now. We're saying it right now, it sucks.
I like it now.
You haven't even watched the movie.
No, I watched the key parts. I watched the important parts.
You watched that one scene. You watched that one scene. Okay, I'm sorry. We have to play it. No, we don't have to play it. Yes, no, we don't. Why is it that you guys don't like musical theater and this is all you'll listen to?
Because it's a banger.
No, Marsh.
Oh my God. This is a double hate crime because Marsh is Mexican. And this movie is very disrespectful to Mexico. Marsh, come here. You have to watch this.
I hate that you don't play any music.
The one where she's the one where Zoe Saldana is like getting celebrated by the trans cartel boss in a room full of people. Like everyone focuses on that one winning awards and stuff, but I think this is the real banger. Like I think that. Do you know that they changed the Oscars so they're no longer doing? It's all red, right? Okay, we're cooked, I guess. Hold on, I'm gonna text Unlimited IRL immediately. Yeah, I slept on the plane. Imagine if they sang that at the Oscars. It would be a banger.
No,
Excuse me.
they're no longer doing live performances
They're.
because of Emilia Perez.
Oops. Hold on. Let me turn this on. Caroline believes that it's a conspiracy, a transphobic and anti-Mexican conspiracy. As a matter of fact, because this is the greatest thing that's come out of Mexico, even though it was made by a French guy who.
Haven't even watched the movie.
Even though.
That scene 100 times.
Yeah, it's better to watch that 100 times than to watch the entire movie. It's the best part of the movie. There's only one receiver on there that's green. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, they're checking it out right now. Kaya's favorite movie? Oh, Flo? Wait, hold on. Let me. I don't know how to uncork the noise gate right now. I don't want to actually. I don't want to even mess with the noise gate because it's gonna be hard to fix it afterwards. Are you guys taking public transportation since you're already so close to the city center? Most likely, yes. I think. I mean, depends. First, we're gonna go outside, and the first thing I'm gonna do is go to Combini as always. You know, as is. Have you had a tamago sando yet? It's an egg sandwich, yeah. Yeah, no, the first time I came to Japan, I exclusively ate at Combini's. Like, I didn't eat anything else. Yeah. Brother, get an egg salad sandwich and a pizza bun and a curry bun ASAP. Don't worry. I will do all of those. Okay, see it now. It's not working. No, there's no need to restart it. We're working on the bag right now, chat. We're working on the bag right now. How long has it been on for? But I turned it on earlier and it still was all red. Been like that since. Emilia Perez. It's about a wait. The only reason why I'm explaining it is not because they can't hear you. March asked what Emilia Perez is about. Emilia Perez is about a cartel boss that wants to get gender affirming surgery, and her lawyer is Zoe Saldana, and she goes through the process of getting her gender affirming surgery, right? After the gender affirming surgery, she decides that she's going to do good in Mexico and help reunite families with their what? Oh, reunite families that have gone missing by the cartel, I suspect. Nice. Yeah. Emilia Perez's story, yes, where she changes her sex and changes her heart, changes her gender. Why is this not working? Hold on. Don't do it yet. That is a Doubtfire sweater. I love this sweater. It's very cozy and I think it looks good. So oh yeah, there's another piece in there. Timothée Chalamet became the second two-time Oscar nominee since youngest. Okay, Will is on the lobby. Hold, we're trying to fix this camera. Wait, hold on. We'll be down in a second. Fix the bag. Unkfit. Updating config. Stand by. Is it? You guys are gonna make me change my outfit again, dude. I'm trying to put that shit on when I'm out here. You know what I mean? I can't be out here not putting that shit on. Yeah. Yeah, because he's French. The director of Emilia Perez did not research Mexican culture because he's French, and he said, "I know enough." Okay, now we're gonna play another one. Oh, video is not available. The uploader has not made this video available in your country. Oh my god, Netflix won't let me watch it in Japan, dude. Netflix knows. It's too bad. You good? You need to stunt? Your outfit literally looks good. Don't worry. Thank you. Thank you. Go watch I'm Still Here in Argentina, 1985, please. No. Name 10 Def Leppard songs. It's not my shirt. This is Will's shirt. I'm wearing William's shirt. He left it in my house. I can't name 10 songs. Oh, Emilia Perez. Zoe Saldana, La Vaginoplastia. From Emilia Perez, Oscar nominee, Best Picture. Okay, that's it. That's all I got. That's that 10 times. Okay. Why was Dune 2 not eligible? Oh. It's so hot. Still red. Do we have an ETA? I mean, this is it's good that it's happening on the first day when we don't like this is a spare day basically where we don't have anything pre-planned, because I would be devastated if we had something pre-planned and it was not working. You know what I mean? We're working through the kinks right now. What are you gonna do with the battery? So you just like have a separate battery pack that you slammed in there? Oh, you're gonna swap the battery. Why don't, dude, I could have just, we could just buy another battery. We can buy another portable battery and just like slam it in the pocket. Because that one is going to be fine for like 6 hours for the camera, I think. We also have in the new backpack, because it's like too good and too amazing, we have a bunch of issues with the new backpack where you know, it just like melts through the batteries. What kind of backpack did you guys get? The old one or the new one? Oh, that's good. That's going to be better. I promise. Like, I mean, this camera's. Yeah. Well, we also can't be streaming at the same time anyway, like with my backpack, because my backpack is using the same cloud server. More Emilia Perez? Okay. And if it doesn't work, he had to wake the guy up to do the configuration. No, I do not have a backup plan. You have another backpack, right? But it's not even here yet. No, it's fine. It doesn't matter. I didn't even bring the other backpack here, so. Stop this. Latinos hate it. Didn't they use Gen AI for accents on this movie? What do you mean? Oh, they used the AI? Oh. Surprise HasanAbi lays on my For You page. What the F? Oh, I saw this already.
Hasan, love that shit in LA, bro. Interviewing those indentured servitude firefighters that are forced to go out there and risk their lives. And like, that's literally, like, that's journalism. Bro, legit, like, if only Elon Musk took a page out of Hasan's book.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Mero collab when? Well, it's gonna happen. When I'm back from Japan, I'm gonna do a collab. I'm gonna do a Kid Mero collab. Don't worry. What are you sending me?
It may not mean nothing, job.
This is the most insane, bro. I think this what you just sent me is a hate crime. I think like I might get deported from Japan for this. I mean, even though it's like factually accurate, like low key, like it's not like I understand. Like, I understand what the point that this is trying to make, because, like, LeBron is fantastic, especially, like, when he goes coast-to-coast block, you know, when he gets pissed off. It's just that, like, I get what you're trying to say with this meme. It's just like sometimes truthful things don't need to be said, especially when it's paired up with like a real harrowing event. You know what I mean? Bro, what is going on, man? This backpack is failing me. This backpack is more expensive than a car. Why is this happening? All this free glazing and LeBron don't even know you, little bro. It's, first of all, number one, am I glazing LeBron or am I just simply accurately assessing his skills? That's the first question. And the answer is I'm accurately assessing his skills. Okay. Number two, do I care that LeBron doesn't know who I am? Does that change the dynamic for me even a little bit? No, it doesn't. He is still my GOAT, and I will always pour honey on him, okay? Because he deserves it. Because this is not glaze, it's just truthful statements. I got you with a banger.
Gang ain't neurotypical, my bro got autism. She thought he threw up gang signs, it's just my dog's to me. The brain was multi-syllable, she put some thought in it. She said she want that hang time, I Tony Hawked in it. Nice.
I'm staying here and I'm done streaming, I think. I think my career as a streamer is over, I think. Yeah. No, he can. He's replaced me with the Armenian man, and I understand. Friendship over? Yeah. By the way, the additional modems you added to your IRL backpack takes more juice from your power supply. Each of them are USB powered. Yeah. What? No, I mean, right now, I wish the IRL powered modems would work. That's what I wish. But it's okay. It happens, you know. Why are you giving away my zins? That's crazy that you stole my zins. That's crazy.
You stole mine.
I'm just.
So I'm stealing yours.
Okay,
back.
all I'm saying is, okay, listen. They are worth more here. Okay, I had
The socialist tax.
I had to literally. I was worried I was gonna get stopped. I hit this like, but I don't even know what this video is about. Hold on, let's see. I was worried that I was gonna be detained by Customs and Border Patrol because they're gonna
with your towers.
with my towers.
3 inches in City Sweeney, and LeBron was 3 inches in me. I'm moving backwards.
You hear me? Hit the rollie, start with the rollie on. Who was our getaway car, Jag portfolio? You hear me? Hey, I heard I had some sneak dissers. Whoever feeling hot, that AR.
Okay, so it was valid that I liked it. Okay, got it.
Got a heat.
You know. Also, LeBron, 3 inches. Excuse me. I'm gonna take the like back. Yeah, but I don't like it because I can't fit into anything. No, I trust me. I know. Repost to show you're a real rider. Okay, we can't go that far. Okay, calm down. That's it. I'm out. Will said, "Fuck it. I'm having a drink." He's in the lobby.
Okay, Will, I'm coming down.
He was 3 inches inside of Sydney Sweeney, and LeBron was 3 inches inside of him. You're welcome. Stalling just to make your friends wait? No, man. I'm stalling because we're trying to fucking get the camera bag working so you guys can Dude, I can end the stream right now and go hang out with my friends. I want to also, you know, share on my authentic Japan trip. Chatters are so funny. You're literally cooking your own selves. Like, I'm doing this for you, and y'all are freaking complaining. Why is this config taking so long, bro? What is happening? I don't want to restart the unit because if someone is working on it on the back end, it's gonna. What if it cooks them? You know what I mean? Call NMP and he'll tell you how to restart it. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. I thought you didn't believe in collective punishment. No, I'm not. I'm not doing that thing that I said I was going to do. I'm simply stating that, like, there's a reason why I'm not. There's a reason why I'm waiting here, and there's a good reason, and that reason is for you guys. So understand. Is Finn with you guys? We brought him out here, but he's not with us today. I will turn the stream around right now. No, I'm not even saying. I'm not even gonna say. I'm not saying I'm gonna turn the stream around or whatever. Okay, while we wait on this, let's see what else is on the docket here. Okay. Let's see what else is on the docket. Yeah, go ahead and see if it kicks it on. Okay, they're working on it, but here, let's restart it. Yeah. While we wait. So if you stream everything, you can just write it off your taxes, huh? Yeah, that's what the goal was here, so I can get a tax write-off. Yeah. Because the IRS is looking at whether or not I'm streaming 5 hours in Japan or 6 hours in Japan or 10 hours in Japan. You got me. This was all part of a grand scheme, a grand design. It can never be what I'm saying is the reason for why I'm doing something. There must be some cynical second reason that I'm hiding. I'm hiding from you. I won't let you in on it. You found it. You found out. Trump's about to make streaming tax free. Yeah, I don't need to do these kinds of schemes. The reality is I already urged all of you to yo voy a votar por Donald Trump, and he's already gonna, he's already getting my taxes done. He's already giving me a tax break, baby. Anyway. Well, you haven't told us about the clone? What are you talking about? Did it turn off? Wait, it's worse now. Now the camera's not working and it's all red. Yeah, you might have to pull it in and plug it in and out. Cam's back. All right. So you did a hotel write-off, bid on for your end. They might have been joking with you. What? Yeah, no, I that's not how any of this stuff works. I don't think. What do you want to do today? Like we got to go to the Combini downstairs. And then afterwards. Okay, one of them's green again. But only one. Okay. I'm not going to watch the Tel Aviv one. I'm not going to watch the Emilia Perez thing. Oh. Okay. You're going to hit Akihabara? Yeah. My plan is I came in here with one bag. I only have 7 pieces of underwear. Okay? And I only have 7 pairs of socks. And I am here for 14 days. And I clearly didn't bring enough clothes for the entire duration of the trip. The reason why I didn't do that is because I'm skinnier now. I'm a skinnier person than I was the last time I was in Japan, which was, I guess, 2 years ago at this point, right? Something like that. So my goal is to try to find stuff that fits me this time when I'm here. And That's such guy behavior. No, I mean, I'm gonna also. I already asked the hotel, like, I can get it washed here while I'm here. So that my goal is to just do that. Worst case scenario, just get my clothes washed. But yeah. What is this? I investigated Japan's foreigners.
Japan is having a problem with foreigners. Right now, there are more tourists than ever before visiting the country.
Okay, bro, chill. Like, I mean, this is somewhat of a prescient, important video to watch, I guess. Maybe. Goddamn. Goddamn, chatter.
Which are incapable of behaving themselves. Because of this, the tensions between the locals and foreigners are so high that non-Japanese people have been banned from certain areas in the country.
That's at least what the Japanese news would like us to believe, which is exactly why we've come to Kyoto, to find out once and for all how bad things truly are.
Kyoto is one of the most popular tourist destinations in the country, and it's located a couple of hours away from Tokyo. It used to be the capital city of Japan until 1868, but even after giving away the...
Wait, why do we get a bottle of champagne? Oh. Damn, our travel agent popped off, dude. He sent a bottle of champagne. That's it? Just champagne? That's crazy. Little champagne, dude. Brother man, Rainmaker Kyoto. Tell your stylist, Rainmaker Kyoto and Headmire. I don't have a stylist, but thank you for thinking I have a stylist.
Title, it has maintained its status as the cultural heart of Japan.
What?
In this video,
yeah.
we're going to visit the 5 most essential locations.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna do a Japanese stylist day. How is she gonna fit me into stuff? Yeah, I mean that'll be fun though. That'll be funny for her to try and get me into stuff that fits. Oh, you're gonna get styled. Okay, well I fucking hate this concept already because we're gonna go there and I'm gonna put my hands on some beautiful shit. Okay. Something that's like a one of one. Archive Yoji Yamamoto. Archive Issei Miyake. Okay. Haven't been seen out in the wild. You know, 1994 Issei Miyake. Okay. Archive piece. One of one. Can't find it. I put it on. My one leg doesn't even go through the waist. And then you have the waifish twink waiting in the background. Okay. Waiting in the background like the fucking ghost of Christmas past. Waiting to fit into it. Waiting to fit into it perfectly. No, it's only one green still. Still offline. I keep like trying. It says no available receiver. Babe, I like your grandma sweater. Thank you. No, I'm not. I'm just gonna shut it down if that's not gonna work. I really want to make it work. Capital is ass now that they've been bought. Yeah, well, Capital doesn't fit my ass, so I don't even care that they got bought. Good. I'm glad that it's no longer unique. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, your special brand that only fits your special tiny body is no longer so special because Louis Vuitton bought it. Oh no. Low-key laptop camera's not that bad. It's not great, but it is what it is, you know. Get fucked tall. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fine as a backup. The funniest part about this is already eating away at the battery while we're like literally not even live. It's like 80% already. I'm so sad. What is happening? Unk state yapping. Yeah, I am staying yapping. This is my job. Oh, also, one other thing. What was I going to talk about? There was some other stuff. Give me some more Can you remove some modems? I'm not a tech person. No, the entire point of this bag is that it has multiple. It has more modems in it anyway. Take your favorite pieces to your own styles, and they can be modified and redesigned for your build. Don't forget to get a haircut in Japan. They can probably give March and Caroline a twist as well. Oh, this one? Yeah, I've seen this.
Inspired by the black community, some people
inspired by the black community
in Japan try to replicate waves by
because we're doing this today, but tomorrow we have like a serious stream lined up. So if it doesn't work right now, then we're cooked for the serious stream that we've lined up. Do you see what I'm saying? So no, I don't want to log off. There's two reasons. One, because I want to share this experience with you, but two, because I want to get this fixed so that we don't have this problem tomorrow when we already have like something that we have pre-designed, pre-designated. You know, it's time to work out the kinks. I already did 5 hours of nonstop news coverage anyway. Anyway, all right. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna do? Tell the group they're combined. What? No, dude, you're also fucking gross, dude. What? Take a week off, dumbass. You're talking about my fucking real life friends. The hell? Who gives a shit about numbers? Don't be a douchebag. No. Oh no. Oh no. I think I might need new SIM cards. I was supposed to get them before I flew out to Japan, and they couldn't send it in time. And I think they're going to have to send me new SIM cards that work in Japan, which means if that's the case, then we might not actually be able to stream today. Can you just do a data only one? No, there's no, the bag doesn't work if any of the sims, if the sims don't work. Anyway, I should just probably not explain all this stuff to you guys because that's stupid to do. Bro, should I have to pick it up at the airport, SIM card and pocket Wi-Fi? Dude, what are you talking about? You think we didn't plan all this stuff ahead of time? I know I can buy... Oh my God, why am I talking to chatters who have no idea what the logistics of this stuff works? Oh my God, just watch this video about Chinese, or not Chinese, foreigners in Japan, okay?
See if things are actually as bad as the Japanese media claims they are, and even ask some locals for their opinion on the situation. Our first destination is the Arashiyama district. It is a beautiful location in the outskirts of Kyoto, most famous for its bamboo grove and wild monkeys. The Japanese media has previously been especially worried about people damaging the property in sacred locations. And at first, it seemed like most people were following the rules in the Arashiyama area. However, after wandering around the bamboo forest for a while...
Is this PewDiePie? Did his accent get more busted when he started living in Japan? Is that what happened? I feel like that's what's going on here.
Started to notice something that I had hoped I wouldn't have to see, but something I expected to be around here.
The whole bamboo forest is full of people writing their names and drawing hearts and whatever on the bamboo itself. I would kind of understand if a 13-year-old gets the idea to draw their name on a bamboo in a sacred Japanese forest, but if you're an adult and you're traveling in here, just don't do this, okay?
Now, I probably wouldn't put someone in the jail for this, but I wouldn't mind seeing them give out some small penalties for the people who do this, because as of right now, it seems like there's no formal law against it. What they've done instead is that they've restricted some areas in the bamboo grove, and this is the worst option for everyone, because I'd like for us to be able to visit the place in the future too. My general rule is that when I'm a visitor in someone's house, when I leave it cleaner than it was when I came in, and I do the same thing when I'm a visitor in Kyoto.
The trash can was literally 20 meters away, I think. Sometimes I wonder what's wrong with people.
I'm not saying tourists have to necessarily follow every single minute rule when they're traveling, since there are plenty of rules that the Japanese themselves aren't following either. But at the same time, it is kind of eye-rolling to do the exact thing that a sign tells you not to do right in front of that sign. Like the people were doing here, taking pictures in the train tracks. The conversation around foreigners has gone a bit overboard in Japan, and I don't want to say everyone who comes to the country is bad like the media claims they are. Right now, the Japanese media likes to blame anything and everything on foreigners. Like when they blamed foreigners for eating all the rice in the country, and just yesterday, I saw a news clip about how foreigners are bad for bringing their suitcases onto the bus. Which is something that the Japanese do all the times themselves too. There's a lot of ridiculousness going around the tourism discussion, which we're going to talk about more real soon. But at least for now, as the mediator between the tourist and the Japanese, the one thing I can say is that I hope people try to respect the bamboo around Arashiyama, because the locals clearly don't like people putting their names on them.
Why are there so many incidents like this in Japan? Does it just feel relatively high volume of Israeli tourists compared to other places? It seems like all over the half of all the instances of Israeli tourists having annoying public freakouts are in Japan. Yeah, I don't know why this is so commonplace in Japan, but I'm very excited to encounter something like this. But I do have to leave you on a sad note, chat. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do an IRL stream today. The SIM cards were supposed to be international, but seemingly they haven't been zoned properly. So I have a runner bringing in SIM cards that will work in Japan, but that's probably going to take some time. So instead of sitting here in my hotel room for the rest of the day, I'm going to go and hang out with my friends. I wish I could have taken you guys with me, but we obviously have a lot of fun stuff lined up, so fear not. Let's see what we got in the docket for tomorrow real quick, just to give you a little teaser. Okay. Tokyo exploration. Oh, we're gonna go to a fight club. And we're gonna catch fish and eat the fish. And a lot more as well. Oh my god, there might be an onsen situation as well. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my stars and garters, chat. We got, get locked in. Get excited. Will you record it for YouTube? No, that's tomorrow. I'm going to be live streaming it, or Will's going to be live streaming it. So, you know, get stoked on it. And I love you guys. And that's it for today. We have the National Sumo Tournament as well, but I don't think we got tickets for that. But for the time being, baby, that's all I got for today, okay? A little half-day stream. Once again, they call me Half-Day Hossy. They call me Half-Day Hossy around these parts, okay? They call me Mr. Half-Day. This guy, bro. Fame changed him. Money changed him. Got his money, and he changed up. He swapped it up. What is he doing? He flies from Los Angeles. The old Hossy I know would fly from LA one day, do a 9-hour stream one day. The next day, he would do a 9-hour stream in Tokyo. New Hossy, on the other hand, only 6 hours, okay? Lazy. Anyway, love you guys. Peace for now. And I'll obviously document my journey on my TikTok and on my Instagram. Planny Andy, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. And I'm going to be starting early as always. So I'll start even earlier tomorrow around 5 a.m. and 5 a.m. my time. And then, you know, do a full stream. All right. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye. Laptop camera. I need to turn it off. Bye-bye. Peace.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. fingertips on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.